I was really getting all the food up. I put some nutritional yeast on top of it. Just a little sprinkle. Got two more plates ready to go. And it's go time. She's getting all that fluid now. I sprinkled it in the fluid and on the food. Oh yeah, she's getting all of it on top now. Seems that she likes the yeast. A little vitamins in it. Vitamin B in it. Got very minimal sodium. It's what you can put on. It's also known as brewer's yeast, I think, but you can put it on food to entice cats. Simon never really got him to complete a whole meal. But I can imagine to a feral cat, it probably is like, whoa, this stuff is amazing, because like they can't get anything. Special. There it is. All right, I think Mama's actually full. She got a piece of leaf hanging from her tail. Now, hopefully, we'll get Tux coming through and finishing everything up. And then we can have a new world record. We get 27 minutes. I think the food's only been out there probably for 22 minutes or so. That's what before I stopped her. So, I think there's somebody down the alley feeding them. I'm probably getting Mama's fluid into her, and the other person is probably getting a bunch of dry food calories in. I'm guessing. Oh, I really need to get on getting tuxedo checked for a chip. Two litter boxes empty. 4 cats fed. 1 cat medicated. It's very interesting how the mornings play out exactly the same every time. Mama Cat shows up after Tuxedo runs under the house. I didn't see Tuxedo run under the house, but he was definitely under the house. And then Mom, when I first started the stream, was doing the same thing, staring underneath the house. And then right as I started it, she walked off somewhere. They don't lose their balls. Well, they don't lose their ball sack, right? Well, they don't lose their balls at all. They just cut them. They don't cut them off. They don't cut the balls off. I mean, you can still tell a male from a female afterwards. How's that going with your little foster? You? You were supposed to be a foster. You were supposed to be a foster, you little brat. Here. Come on. Come on. Simon didn't eat very well last night at all. There wasn't any diarrhea, but it could be a delayed response on the whole diarrhea thing. I remember last time he ate her food, it took it like 24 hours before he passed it. We'll see. Maybe he won't get diarrhea from it. That'd be cool. Gas on my hands. Oh wow. Oh wow. Yeah. I don't have to see. The thing I don't have to worry about with Sweet Pea because I keep her locked up in here at night. Mm. Dude, the back of my head still hurts from where I hit it like 3 or 4 days ago. It really hit a spot. Top of my head hurts where I hit it with the microwave door the other night, feeding Sweet Pea, getting up all late. Microwave's above my refrigerator and it was open. I said, "Pop." I'm missing out. Totally missing out. Oh, oh. Uh, on the good times. Wild times. Should, are you serious? I think I had the wild times with Simon. I feel like she's much less likely to get stepped on, to get into some shit that ends up breaking. Um, like I don't know, dude. I would have to. This place would have to be immaculate if she was jumping up on counters and shit. I had to make sure there was never crumbs anywhere. There are crumbs every now and then, you know. Like I'm a fucking bachelor, dude. Never has anybody over here, so I'm not like spotless. I'd have to be, dude. I'd have to make this place spotless. I just don't have it in me right now for all that. I don't have the motivation, man. I'm depressed. I don't have people. If I had people that came and visited me and we like, I don't know, hung out at my place, I would have more of a reason to like make it more like cat friendly because I'd want to make it like hospitable for anybody that's coming over. This is just me. Give a shit what it looks like in there. As long as I don't have a bunch of bugs, clutter. I don't care about clutter. Now sticky clutter with like food and shit in it. Yeah, I don't do that. I'm not that dude. I'm not that. That's where you start getting nasty. I even rinse out the beer bottles when I'm done with them before I put them in the recycling bin. Rinse out the cat can food before I put it in there. Like I clean my trash, dude. This is good for the stomach, man. My stomach was bugging me a little bit. Is lemon lime because it's actual lemon and lime. I debate, yeah. Well, they're not that pricey. You can get them on sale on Amazon for like 50% off. You look around enough. I think it's well worth, dude. Bro, well worth it. Be able to have that open like that rather than walking, like using the crates and moving the crates was such a bitch, dude. One of these cats is gonna come out here and finish this food up now. Come on now. That was cool that that one where a girl came by last night. Blast from the past. That was so unexpected. Good to see she's doing all right. I had more hard feelings for WYSIWYG than I did for her. It's just I hated to see her, like, I don't know, kissing his ass a little bit. But I don't know. I kind of get it, dude. If everybody's trying to grow out here in the streaming thing, I think we should name Tux Tom since now he's the only Tux that comes by. Person's gonna scare him off. This homeless dude might scare him off, but he's got a Grocery cart full of shit, clanging and clackering. Yeah, I don't have to call him. Well, he's got me on speed dial for breakfast. I really look skinny. He's a skinny boy. All that food. And Labor Day's dead around here, ain't it? Jeez, sorry you have to hold it down so heavily. Two other people here that are just like, nope, nope, not doing it. You can't make me say a word. Did they at least like it? Did they at least like the stream? Maybe one of them did. Thanks, man. Thanks, y'all. Got you. I got you. He finishes up both of them. Mama seemed to have went on to the next bowl. Okay, good. Okay, he's gonna eat most of it. It's probably gonna be like maybe a half a can, quarter a can left total. I'll put that all in one plate and let it sit. I don't know who came back and ate. Somebody came back at around 11:40, 12 o'clock and ate an entire can to themselves. Yeah, someone ate the last one. I don't know who though. I wasn't looking. Oh man, come on, really? Fucking picky asshole. Man, dude, I don't get it, dude. If they're so hungry, why don't they finish the food? I'll be back. Cool. Oh, yeah, it's about a half a can still. Figured no need to put out any more at the moment. Yeah, I probably would have pulled it up too had I remembered. Because it hit 12 o'clock and I probably would have pulled it up then because there were a few flies on it, but I got it. No, no, come on, baby. Everything's not a toy. Just because it dangles doesn't mean it's a toy, cat. Stop. Stop. Oh, goodness. Oh no. I no. You stop it. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, hey. Boom, boom, boom. At 30 subs, moving on up. Oh, yo, I don't really want to jinx it, but I got remonetized on Dojo. I applied for it again. I mean, I don't know. It's awesome. It's whatever. I'm just losing subs over there. Like I've lost 5 subs this month. Every month I just lose subs. It's really not that big of a deal, honestly, at this point. Because support, like YouTube takes 30% of super chats. So I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of like if I get donos there now, I feel like I'm getting shafted, kind of. Has been off of the monetization for so long. Like I've gotten kind of used to getting all the dono instead of 70% of it. But I don't know. Hopefully, maybe they'll recommend the channel more since it's monetized. I haven't even turned it on yet. I just got approved. Look, you're a YouTube partner. I could even apply for memberships again. this? Brand Connect. Gotta set up the Google again and everything. Google AdSense. Your income. Yeah, if I make below a certain amount, I'm already monetized on Twitch. I'm monetized on platforms. I don't make enough. I only made enough for like 1 or 2 years for it to even matter. I don't normally make nearly enough for it to matter. And honestly, that whole situation hasn't blown over yet, so I don't give a shit anymore. Fuck it. Whatever happens, whatever fucking happens. I'd rather not have these comments in chat because, like I said, I'm trying to keep this. I guess it doesn't really. It doesn't. It doesn't really tell anybody that it happened. I don't know if I'm trying to tell the other channel about it. Yeah, that doesn't give anything away there. Oh shit, that's how fast. I can turn them on right now. Wow, they're that ready. I guess my Google account's still connected. Oh. Have a Labor Day joint, huh? I think I'm gonna break it apart and smoke it in a bowl. Huh? What are you doing? Oh no. Recognized. I mean, I don't, remember last time though. Last time they did this, they cut me back off like a week later. So This joint has 1.5 grams of weed and a half a gram of high end rosin in it. Super Freak weed, Cake Crasher, rosin, and it was on sale. This was like, I don't remember what, I think it was like $30. A membership? Oh yeah, that was the other channel. Yeah, I wish I could turn those memberships back on, because then I could give those people their history back. But I don't have the watch hours on that channel. See, just see if I do. I doubt it, because I just haven't been going live there this past year. Fuck no, I don't. I'm so behind on watch hours on that channel. I only have 535. But I wonder. Let me see something. If I no, it won't. Damn. Go on, man. Well, that's interesting. You can turn on ads, or you can have ads turned off and just have super chats. Huh. That's kind of new. I don't remember that being a thing before. Celebrate good times. Oh, really would like the other one remonetized though. That's possible. Maybe if I relisted some of the older streams from the protests. Okay, so I know I'm gonna do something kind of sacrilegious. I'm gonna disassemble this joint. Because if I don't, I'm gonna end up wasting it. Like a lot of it. Sure, I could like wait till I have a time to smoke this outside and shit, but I'll tell you what, this joint isn't one you smoke outside by yourself. I'll tell you that right now. By yourself outside, I can't even do it. I can't even do the whole thing. They're really hard to put out. So it's just like I don't want to waste it. So I was a little symbol Johnny 5 because Johnny 5 is alive. I need a tray. I need to put this out on a tray. You know, you just waste. I waste. Every time you take a drag, a bunch of smoke like bellows off the end of it. Every little place. Hey, did you finish that or did he finish that? Girl, good girl. $1 million paper. Let's see what we got in here. We're just going to disassemble completely. Dump into a bowl. Okay, the entire back part did not have any in it. But I can see it right there. Go on. Come on, man. I need a... Oh. That's half a gram of wax? Hold up. I think they gypped us on this one. Seems like that one might not have been. This is what I got from it. What the hell? Your messages aren't showing up on chat. For me. There you go. Was it Tonks? Oh yeah. Well, crap. No, it just wasn't working correctly. No, this will last me all day too. What do you mean? This will easily last me all day. If I wouldn't have taken it apart, it might not have. Like this little bitty bit right here. A little bit of hash oil up in there in the middle. This bowl right here is about to get me a little retarded. There's a whole ton left. It smells stinky. I can smell this outside the room. It's so strong. Now the trick is going to be getting this lighter lit because I still don't have one and don't know where the other is. Awesome. It is kind of trippy though that they remonetized me. I didn't change a thing on the channel. You know. Yeah, but they might end it, like I said, within a week or so. But supposedly a human had to look at this and approve it. Because I was like reapplying, so they know that I've screwed up in the past and gotten demonetized. So it's like that's why they get a human to look at it. Maybe somebody's like, you know what the heck? Why is this guy demonetized? Maybe. You remember before I thought that somebody on the inside was screwing me over because they kept letting that person take my stream down that had like a minute long video of them walking through the park. And I thought that she had somebody on the inside or something. I don't know, man. Maybe I just got like a more understanding YouTube employee this time. I think that's really what it boils down to, dude, because you can, like, I've even heard it matters what time of day that you apply for stuff on YouTube, because you'll get a night crew versus morning crew. I didn't put any of that consideration when I did this. When I redid it, I was just like, fuck it, I'll try again. But it could have just been I got a better human. It was like, yo, there's way worse channels monetized than this one. Here you go, buddy. What? Yeah. But dude, I need to get my watch time hours up on the other Doe channel to get it up there too, though. I want to get those members back so that they can have their history back, man. That would be really neat. And I feel like that channel's got less on it to demonetize it for than this one. Yeah, the Doe channel. I need to work on that one now. I might need to just start going live over there, like all the other channels, and then Doe every time I go live with gaming and stuff. It was originally a gaming channel anyway. I appreciate it. I really do. I got 500, so it's not like totally. And I appreciate all that you've done over here too, because currently over here, I have 30 subs, which I need 470 more. And where is it? I need another. I have 1,952 watch hours, so I need another 1,050 roughly. So I'm over halfway there for hours, but way short on subs. Oh. Heck yeah, man. I couldn't do this without you guys, Sister T. I definitely can't do this by myself. It doesn't work like that. I'd be like, fuck's that one guy that we watched yesterday? It's the autistic dude. Just making videos. Is it ad nauseum? Is that the word for it? What's that? What's that mean? Ad nauseum. In Latin term for an argument or discussion that is continued to the point of nausea. Yeah. An argument that is continued to the point of nausea. Oh, you didn't? Dude, I found somebody yesterday. What are you doing? Stop doing that. Stop doing that, or I'm going to start spraying you. Stop doing that. Clawing my chair up right there is not something I want you to do. She walks up to it and just claws it. You gotta stop doing that, man. It's not how you do things, kitty. And then Simon's probably seeing her do it and like thinking, why are you letting her do that? You don't let me do that. Dude, as soon as I point this spray, I forget about it though and smack her sometimes. I don't really smack her hard. I just smack her enough to get her to fuck off of something. Like, smack her off the chair. I'm not like, dude, trust me. If I really smacked her, she would end up breaking the gate, dude. It'd probably knock the gate down. If I was really like smacking her. I don't do that. I hold back. I try to use the right amount of like oomph to where it's like I'm a big cat. I'm just a bigger cat, not a actual human, you know. Oh, that's a weird scratch though. She's been scratching more since I gave her the flea medicine. What the fuck? What the fuck, man? Did all the fleas jump off Simon and onto her because I didn't give her enough? I only gave her a quarter of a pill. And the manufacturer did say that they don't uniformly disperse the medication into the pill. And the pill's not split. It doesn't have a score. So they say that you're not supposed to split pills that don't have scores because they are not guaranteed to be uniformly mixed in. But it could also be a marketing thing to make people buy their pills. More pills. Yeah, I need to use the spray bottle more though. You're right. I forget about it. It's right here too, man. First instinct is a smacker, probably because that's what my parents did. Like, I would get a smack every now and then. I got my lip busted by my mom once. My dad was like, "What the fuck? He's got to go to school like that now." Like he's thinking, right? Holy shit! What are you doing? Can't be busted his lip. I think she busted my lip more than once. She was a slapper. Every now and then she might get a slap in. It wasn't like exorbitant. It wasn't like every week or every year or something. But it happened probably twice. She was more of a switcher. Dad was more of a belt spanker. And I'm more of a whacker. That's how it goes, I guess. I have to train myself out of it. And remember, use the spray bottle. Don't smack it. It seems to actually work, dude. I mean, before spray bottles, what do you think humans did? Just let animals run rampant and do what the fuck they wanted? The old saying is like, if you spare the rod, you spoil the child, or spoil the child, spare the rod. Right? It's a proverb or something, meaning like if you spare the rod, then you actually spoil the child and turn him into a fucking like that chick we watched yesterday. They got her, the black chick we watched yesterday. They probably had a single mom. I say that because she probably had a single mom that didn't watch her correctly, and she did what she wants. She ran the fucking house, and she even said at one point, "I want my mama." That's why she thought she could just do whatever she wanted with the cops. Dude, I watched an Iraq vet get arrested yesterday. That was wild. He was going to get married in 3 days, too. He was walking his mother-in-law, soon-to-be mother-in-law's dog. And apparently he didn't have a shit bag, so he grabbed the shit and he tossed it somewhere or something. I don't know. He threw it. Some neighbors said he threw it at their house, so he called the cops on him. The dude was belligerently drunk, shirt off, acting like he wanted to fight somebody, telling the cops to come at him. Let's go, let's do this. And ends up like he had been to Iraq, and one of the cops had also been to Iraq, but they get him in the back of a cop car, and he starts bashing his forehead against the thing. He didn't bust his, but he was bashing it hard though. He ended up dropping his drawers before they got him though. In the middle of the street, just dropped his pants. At one point, he says, "I ain't got a weapon." I don't know, man. He's got PTSD apparently. They were telling the cops, but he was going to get married in 3 days, and I think maybe he was just like partially. She said that she had never seen him that drunk, and that I think that like maybe thinking about how your homies that might not have made it back from Iraq don't get to get married was probably maybe fucking with him at that point. People that he might have seen die in the battlefield that he was friends with, that were like family, and maybe even had a family already. I just learned this recently. Don Shipley, the dude that does all the SEALs busts on YouTube, is it his son or son-in-law? One of the two married the lone survivor movie guy? I forget the guy's name, but it was the SEAL that got shot at the gun range by some crazed fan. He was given lessons to. I forget his name, man. I feel bad, but he married that dude's, was it estranged wife? Is that what it's called? Estranged widower? Yo, words, man. We got a lot of words in the English language. One of the most of any language, right? It is one of the most, if not the most precise language, which is why it's universal, because of its precision. Adjectives, adverbs, and just the use case on some of them is like three-way or whatever. We can use it 3 different ways depending on the situation, and then if you really know English, it's extremely precise. Probably a precision you don't get with Spanish, because they're too concerned with feminine and masculine. Sexist ass language. Well, I guess all Romance languages are sexist, probably. Spelled differently with different meanings, and spelled differently and sound the same. Spelled this, but not spelled the same. No, spelled the same and sound differently too. We got that too. Words that are spelled exactly the same, but are different words, but pronounced differently. I can't think of one right now, but can you? So yeah, it'd be a word that could be used like in two different forms, but you pronounce it differently when it's used in those in one versus the other. Don't we have that? Like the Germans have that, and the Germans English is a Germanic language. It comes from German. A lot of words in German are pronounced the same, but are spelled differently. Like right is right. It's almost the same. And links is left. Not really the same, but there's much better. I just remembering those because they're the easiest to remember because I heard it a lot on the subway in Austria. I needed to know you need to know what side to get out of the subway because the people that are getting on from the other side. So if you're standing at the wrong side, anyway, it can get complicated in a very busy time, rush hour. One time I picked the wrong side and oh my god, I looked like a fool. I was like pushing myself through the people that were coming at me because I didn't understand what the fuck was going on. I was just like, yeah, I'm getting through here. Stupid American, you're going the wrong way. Because it says it over the intercom. You get out, like you have to listen for it though. The links or the right. Anyway, I had like a bag and everything, a bag and a backpack on, and I was like a coat because it was winter time, and I'm tall. Yeah, when I found out what I did, I was so embarrassed. Like, oh no, dude, what am I doing out here? Because my first trip there, I was really trying to do America right. I didn't want to make us look like assholes, dude. I don't want to be that dude, especially if I'm representing a veteran out there. So, like I remember when I first landed, I even cleaned the toilet after taking a poop at the airport because it had a toilet brush next to it. I was like, you know what? Hey, man, I'm not gonna leave their toilet all nasty here and shit. I had to go right when I got off the plane, and I had to go, dude. I was actually nervous. It was gonna I was gonna have an issue, but yeah, I cleaned it up. And then I asked, I was like, was I supposed to do that? She was like, I mean, you can, but I mean, I don't know. Not really, probably. Most people aren't really doing that out there. Cleaning the toilets for the people. But maybe they are, but she wasn't Austrian. She was Romanian, so maybe she doesn't, but they do. And what was cool about that, I remember the restroom doors went all the way to the floor. Why here in America is there that gap to where somebody can be like, peekaboo, hey, you almost done? Like, why is that? And even the edges were tighter to where you couldn't see through as easily. I know it was one of the first things I noticed after getting into Austria, using an Austrian toilet. Because I think that was after baggage claim. What? Hardest language to learn? No, probably. I mean, some people say that, but I think that Chinese is actually probably really hard too, though, because it's so different than European languages that yeah, dude, you just gotta switch everything up. It's not letters anymore. You're looking at symbols. The same with Japanese. Georgian's probably pretty hard too. If you look at Georgian, whoa, how are they reading that shit? Russian's probably hard too, man, because it's got a weird ass alphabet. Like, Languages are just hard. The Tower of Babel, the story of that, how we were just like supposedly dispersed so that we couldn't talk to each other because it was a punishment from God or something. I don't know. I believe more so that the aliens came from another planet. Their planet was destroyed. They came here. They used their science, their millions of years of technology progression that they had over us because they were closer to the Big Bang center. So they came out here, and they are the ones who made all the animals. And then they started experimenting with making humans with monkeys. They made the monkeys first, and then now they're making the humans. And each one's experiment is why we have different races. Like there was an experiment in Asia with them, and the first one that worked though was in Africa. That was the first one that worked. That's why it's the thought of as the birthplace of humanity, where we started. Who made the aliens? There's no telling. We could be inside of a marble, like Men in Black. We could be like bacteria sized compared to what's really going on. We're definitely an alien ant farm, though. What if the Big Bang made the aliens? Just like it made other, like all the other. What if it? What if it was just molecules that touched each other and sparked life somehow? How'd that happen? Meat. Where did the cells come from? How did life start? That's crazy, actually. Just fucking nuts. How did single cell amoeba even like start like with a life cycle to where they can multiply? And it's like one of the first things you look at in biology, the single cell. Like first it's plant cells, I think, and then you start looking at animal cells. It just plant cells are even extremely amazing, dude. How all that wow, how does that do? How did that get into there with that? And they're working together, and they're making that grow, and they're getting this from that, so that that'll turn into this and turn into that, and make this grow, and then this is going to pop out, and these things are going to mate with each other pretty much, have tree sex or plant sex. And then that's gonna actually birth something like a human, like an animal, birth seeds, and then those have a little bit of food source inside of them, so that they're able to provide themselves with nourishment until they're able to get it from the sun. What the fuck? And then we're talking about single cell plant biology here. This shit gets like I mean that's a multiple cell at that point, but like it all started with that photosynthesis. Like algae, I think was one of the first floating around in the ocean, right? But why did the whales go back to the water? The dolphins and the whale. Wait, were dolphins also land animals, or was it just the whales? whales went back into the water. They were a land species at one point. Whales were land. They left the water and then they went back to the water. The evolution of whales. All right, it says right here. The first thing to notice on this evogram is the hippos are the closest living relatives of whales, but they are not the ancestors of whales. In fact, none of the individual animals on the evogram is the direct ancestor of any other, as far as we know. That's why each of them gets its own branch in the family tree. Okay, so hippos are large and aquatic like whales, but the two groups evolved those features separately from each other. We know this because the ancient relatives of hippos, called Anthrocoratheres, are not large or aquatic. Where are they? Oh wow, there's these. Is it time? I never did get water. So I guess it's these things that are looking like rats, kind of. Packet, yeah. These. Looks like a little rat. That is an ancestor to a whale and a dolphin. That's what I was trying to say. It's not time yet. I'll give you your food at 9 something since you didn't finish your breakfast till later. Kitty, kitty. Kitty, kitty. They had long skulls and large teeth that could be used for eating meat. From the outside, they don't look much like whales at all. However, their skulls, particularly in the inner ear region, which is ow, just no, don't biting me like that. Don't jump over me and bite me, dude. You didn't break the skin, but you bite me. Or don't. No. Yeah, wait. Hippos likely evolved from a group of Anthrocoratheres about 15 million years ago. The first whales evolved over 50 million years ago, and ancestors of both of these groups were terrestrial. The first whales, such as Pakicetus, were typically land animals. They had long skulls and large teeth that could be used for eating meat. From the outside, they don't look much like whales at all. However, their skulls, particularly the area region, which is surrounded by bony walls, strongly resemble those of living whales and are unlike those of any other mammal. Often seemingly minor features provide critical evidence to link animals that are highly specialized for their lifestyle, such as whales, with their less extreme-looking relatives. Skeletons of two early whales. This is a whale? Origin of whales, dolphins, and porpoises. Yo, I never get some water. Dude, Amazon River dolphin. What is that? Oh, it's extinct? Oh, shit. I'll be back. I gotta pay the bottle cap toll. Dang it! So there were freaking. There were dolphins in the Amazon at one point. Apparently. Wow. What? Whales used to be able to drink salt water, it says. Whales that evolved after ambiguous. Let's see. Which one's that one? Ambiguous, this one. Whales that evolved after this one right here. Which kind of looks like an otter. It's got feet. So that means any of these down here, apparently. Oh look, saltwater habitat. Brackish water habitat. It's like crappy water, isn't it? Like brackish. Really salty or dirty? Or is it half salt, half fresh? Yo, they didn't have a complete loss of hind legs until here. So this man saying something about a do it. Isotopes of oxygen in its bone. Animals are what they eat and drink, and salt water and fresh water have different ratios of oxygen isotopes. This means that we can learn about what sort of water an animal drank by studying the isotopes that were incorporated into its bones and teeth as it grew. Isotopes show that Ambulocetus likely drank both saltwater and freshwater, which fits perfectly with the idea that these animals lived in estuaries or bays between freshwater and open. So that must be brackish water. Whales that evolved from this Ambulocetus show even higher levels of saltwater oxygen isotopes, and they lived in nearshore marine habitats and were able to drink salt water as today's whales can't. These animals evolved nostrils pointed further and further back along the snout. This trend is continued in the living whales, which have a blowhole, the exterior opening to the bony nostrils located on the top of the head above the eyes. Bony nostril, bitch. Also, it started like that, and it got more like this, and it went back to here to make it easier for them to breathe while swimming. Wow, man. Wow, fucking man. Nostrils located further and further back on the skull. What, how millions of years? I don't know what 47 MYA mean. Maybe that means something as far as time, or is that the that might be the I don't know. Like all this had to change. The bodies had to start changing up. Wow. Tiny limbs. Oh yeah, look at that. Wow, man, they found that? They freaking found that skeleton? Amazing. Damn. Damn, can you imagine digging that up in your backyard? Like you're like, oh my god. Wait, this isn't a deer? Dude, this would be a major find. They would have a whole team in your backyard with the ropes and everything, with the squared off sections and shit. Indiana Jones will come see you. Love it. Where they find it? I don't think it says. Mm. Does not. Man, it's cold. You want your food, don't you? Okay, okay. You want to? Okay, I'll go get it. She just wants me to, dude. I need to go make her food real fast. She's being a little bugger. She's starting to eat shit off the. She's starting to eat carpet. She's hungry. She wants some fresh food, I guess. I fed her at 1:30 in the morning, though. She ate all of it. That's pretty cool. Simon, on the other hand, did not. He had a ton of food left this morning I had to throw away. Start over. It's a treat? Oh, oatmeal's a treat? Why do you say that? Without sugar? Carbs? Oh. Because my brain is using up all the calories, man. That's what's happening. I need a lot to operate at this level. Especially with the weed. It's got to work overtime. Yemen's Houthi rebels target 2 ships in suspected attack. They say that your brain uses more calories than anything in any like at rest when you're just chilling. Your brain's using all the calories. That's interesting, huh? It's like a CPU needing more, or a GPU or whatever, like needing more power. Power. Should be skinnier. You gotta use your brain more. Let me see if I'm right about that. At rest, what organ uses the most calories? Remarkably, despite its relatively small size, the brain accounts for about 20% of the oxygen and hence calories consumed by the body. This high rate of metabolism is remarkably constant despite widely varying mental and motoric activity. And all I asked is, at rest, what organ uses the most calories? I didn't even mention the brain. Oh, but this says the liver burns a whopping 200 calories per kilogram or 91 calories per pound per day. Despite making up 2.6 of the total body weight, it contributes to nearly as much to metabolic rate as muscle at 21%. The brain is similar at 240 calories at 22 and 22% of RMR, despite being only 2% of body weight. So yeah, brain is the highest at 22. The liver is second with 21%. Wow. And muscles 21%. Very interesting. No part of you demands more energy than your brain. As an energy consumer, the brain is the most expensive organ we carry around with us. Dude, this says whole grains actually help your metabolism right here. It says what foods speed up a female metabolism? Foods rich in protein like lean meats, eggs, legumes, as well as fiber-rich foods such as fruits, vegetables, and whole grains. Oatmeal's good for you. Oatmeal's not, I don't think it's a cheat meal. It's actually, it'll help your metabolism. It's a whole grain. It's just squished. You don't want, I don't know, I don't eat instant oatmeal. That matters. It's still a whole grain though, it's just chopped up smaller. When she beeps at me, it's so cute. She's like, beep, beep. Did you get full? Did you get all full? You ate all the chunkies. Oh my goodness, dude. If I put nothing but chunkies, she doesn't want hardly any of them. If I put just a little bit of chunkies, she eats all of them first. You're silly. Pretty though. You get pretty coloration. You know that. Do you even know? Do you know coloration, kitty? Come on. All she knows is this right now. Oh yeah, that's what I make, dude. Yeah, no, that's a lot. Yeah, now you can see how much I eat. What I eat, 4 large eggs and a half a cup. That's why I tell people that that's half a cup of dried oatmeal, which makes it heavy. Do I come out here like pop with all the water that's in it, and then with 3 sweet peppers and 2 baby cucumbers? That's a ton of food. But I think the oatmeal actually helps with the metabolism. You have to keep doing it though. Maybe it's one of those things that your body will get used to the oatmeal. I don't think it's that many calories even, dude. I think it was a third of a cup is like 130 calories. What are you doing? So if you it was at a third, or what it says on my bag, but yeah, smaller portion because I'm a much bigger dude probably. So stomach is bigger. I've stretched it. You probably knocked yourself out with that much, dude. I find the fresh vegetables alongside with it really help to make it like better. It's just like makes it fresher. That little crunchy vegetable on the side. Oh, and the ground pepper, the pepper is really important too on it. I try to remember to pepper the oatmeal actually before putting the eggs on top of it. So when I eat the eggs, they just kind of bust into the oatmeal and get all the yolk gets into it as I'm eating the egg, and I get them both with the one scoop. Pop. I've gotten professional way of eating this breakfast now. How hard is it for you to get out of that? She's obsessed with water spills in here. She's obsessed with it. Hey, obese smart people. There are a lot of obese comedians. Um, hmm, that's interesting. I wonder if that has something to do with like people that don't use enough of their brain. Like, is there a direct correlation between low IQ and obesity? I wonder, in America at least, where there is an abundance of food resources. I mean, it's going to be different in Africa, you know. Here, where we almost incentivize being stupid, and those people, due to the incentives, are usually eating low quality foods as well, because they're living off a fixed income of like food stamps or something like welfare or you know what I mean. Hmm. Which compounds it, which then they end up getting diabetes, and then the government has to subsidize diabetes medication to keep the prices down, right? So how else are they doing that? How'd the Biden administration get the diabetes medication prices down? He's told them to do it and they did it. Oh, man. Simon, stop looking up there. I see you doing the... They need to look into that. The science should look into the correlation of skinny and fat versus IQ. So there's going to be outliers. There's going to be fat, uh, smart people, and there's going to be skinny, like skinny idiots, like complete morons. They can't read and shit, and don't know how to do multiplication. But if both are given the same circumstances in life, that's where we would need a control to where both are getting the same nutrition, same kind of upbringing, the same kind of schooling, extracurricular activities, everything, literally everything identical in their lives is someone who is born with a low IQ and someone who's born with a higher IQ, because apparently it's like a genetic thing more than anything, IQ, right? I mean, you could also get whacked in the head and get smarter. How's that? Like, some people get hit in the head and all of a sudden they know another language that they never studied for. Now that is a mind freak. Like, how does that happen? Hold on. Hit in head and now know another language. Let's see. It's Quora? Somebody asked that on Quora. Is it true there are people who have sustained head injury and found that they are suddenly fluent in a foreign language? If so, how could this be possible? Yeah, well, yes, sort of. A young Australian man named Ben Mahon went into a coma for a week after a car accident in 2012 and spontaneously started speaking Mandarin when he came out of the coma instead of his native English. However, the Mandarin didn't come totally from nowhere. He had studied Mandarin, okay, as well as French, and he had spent a few months in Beijing not long before his accident. But he was far from fluent before his coma. He said it never really clicked. So it would seem that his exposure to and studying of Mandarin had installed it somewhere in his brain to a much higher level than he was aware of or had access to. Something happened due to his accident or the coma that caused his passive knowledge to suddenly become active, and he was now fluent. His explanation is that the first person he saw when he awoke from the coma was an Asian nurse, And he wasn't even aware at first that he was speaking Mandarin. He just thought he was speaking. He went on to live and work in Shanghai and became a regular on Chinese TV show. His Chinese friends say all of the foreigners that know, all the foreigners they know that can speak Mandarin, he is by far the best. Oh, it's a video of it. Oh, it's short. Hold up. Let me put it on this so I don't get in trouble here. I gotta put headphones on. Let's see if he's believable. But he unlocked another part of his brain, or is he a con artist? We shall see.
I can remember the morning having breakfast with my dad, but apart from that, it was a blank week. From what I understand, I was a passenger in the car, and a truck crashed into the side of the car and crashed into the side that I was a passenger in. I've just been told I can't remember a thing.
Oh man. It does stupid shit all the time.
He was in a coma for over a week, and during that time it was unknown how he was going to wake up. We got a call to say that he had awoken, and we were ecstatic, of course, that at least that was the first step. But they also had some other news for us, and I don't know whether they thought it was good news for us or bad, but to say that he was actually speaking Mandarin.
In high school, we had to do 2 languages, and I decided, okay, I'll do Chinese. But it was basic fluency. After waking up from the coma, I saw a Chinese-looking nurse. And because the first person I spoke to was in Mandarin, my internal monologue became Chinese. It did suddenly get really a lot better after the coma because it just became so much more quick. I'd probably first 3 or so days, I'd only speak Mandarin. And then when my parents came and saw me, I'd speak to them in Mandarin as well. And so that would have really frightened them, thinking, oh God, we're gonna have to start learning Chinese. So I wrote, I love my mum, I love my dad, I'll get better in Mandarin, and then gave it to them, and I'm sure that the nurse translated it for them. It says, I love my dad, I love my mum, I love you all, so you're in that one, Mike.
It sort of was like a little hook that he could grab onto, and he's, as I said, made a fantastic recovery, far better than anyone could have expected, and has been on a platform of his Mandarin skills.
Well, you can feel less, yeah.
So after I came out of rehab, I need to do something with myself. My Mandarin's kind of the thing that I'm doing at the moment, so how about I just do 1 unit of Mandarin at Melbourne Uni? So I progressed pretty quickly, and then they said, okay, Ben, there's this competition at the Victorian finals of Mandarin. Do you want to represent Melbourne Uni? I said, yeah, sure. And then luckily got to the Australian finals, and then went on to represent Australia and China.
It was an amazing time, really, that he could do that because he was one of the youngest contestants. It was a fantastic way of almost letting us know that, I'm going to recover from all of these challenges that I've had.
My voice is slightly higher when I speak Chinese, which is interesting. Okay, 咖啡来啦. I pronounce words wrong all the time because I might use the wrong tone or something like that, and it means something completely different. A good example of the language is that my name Ben means stupid in Chinese. So the first time I introduced myself to a Chinese person, I say, 你好, 我叫 Ben. And then they kind of laughed, you know, hi, I'm called stupid. They thought I was almost joking. I would say I'm fluent in Mandarin. I would not say I'm fluent, but I'm fluent enough to talk with friends and to host in basic Mandarin a small TV show.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎收看本期美男私房菜节目。
Hosting in your second language is difficult. You know, I've got one host is from Taiwan, one host is from mainland China, so they speak, of course, fluent Mandarin.
欢迎大家收看本期的 Oh My God！
If I try to speak at their pace, I'll just tumble and fall over my own words.
各位 lady，one two， 各位 lady，gentlemen local 和老外。
I mean, they've really welcomed me with open arms because there are too many people that study the language Mandarin at this level. You know, that really gives you a lot of force behind yourself to just keep going and continuing that kind of Chinese path.
I think one thing that's very telling though is when I look back over everything that's happened, I've never heard him once complain. He's always been so
It was
positive.
medicine time.
And I think that's part of why he's recovered so well.
I hope I'm helping bridge the relationship between China and Australia, and not only on just a business level, but also on entertainment, and then also, who knows, in the future on a diplomatic level as well.
She escaped. What in the fuck? Oh, is that when we search? Dude, there it is. It's right here. Does IQ level determine body weight? Statistically significant correlation between excess body weight and lower IQ level has been demonstrated in multiple studies. So if you're fat, you're probably also stupid. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, fatties. You're just gonna have to bow down to skinny people now. Because we're using more of our brain for metabolism. Alright, don't meow at me anymore. I'm gonna spray you too, Simon. Intelligent quotient was measured in childhood and adulthood. Anthropometric measurements were taken at birth and at 12 subsequent in-person assessments. As expected, cohort members who become obese had a lower adulthood IQ score. However, obese cohort members exhibited no excess decline in IQ, but it was lower, right? Smarter people are less likely to become obese. I mean, sure, there's outliers in it, but for the most part, see, look, even the first comment on Reddit, when why are so many intellectuals thin? All the calories are spent powering their massive brains. Class correlates to thinness in this moment. Intellectuals are just a subset of the larger phenomenon. Stimulant addiction. Oh, because they're this is some this is a black person probably. Because their class status gave them a childhood that didn't give them an addiction to junk or fast food. Dude, I don't care who the fuck you are. You could be a rich person and still get addicted to junk food. You don't have to be poor in the ghetto. If you lose weight, you must get smarter. Not necessarily. I'm saying that the brains of smart people are possibly just use them more, like 10%. Like if someone's brain is on average using 22% of the calories per day, does someone that's using like their brain more use more calories? Why wouldn't it? If they're just in general using like constantly thinking about something and trying to figure this like something out, the subconscious is always working too. Like, are their subconsciouses working so hard in the background trying to get things figured out? Calorie intake is higher, or calorie output's higher. Are they still doing those? Where is it looking at with the protest coverage?
Okay, our next guest, I gotta tell you, is a blast from the past. Because today we have been
real gentle. This is Zach's diaper. This is a large adult diaper. It's not made for his body. We have a lot of problems with it, but we need to go around and add. He's not a big eater. That's one of the most frequently asked questions. And that was also a reason why we're so concerned, because he's not a big eater. Then where is the growing coming from? You know, that was another mystery. You like that? I see you, happy guy. Sometimes I have to go out and we go to the store shopping, and it's a difficult task. We have a special grocery, put grass in his hair and everything. He can't play too much at the playground because it was pretty large during my pregnancy. 2 days, I had my good old Zach back again, and he was bigger. And
So the spurts would come in a 2-day period?
For every 2 weeks for the first year of life, this kid grew every 2 weeks. We've had film crews at our house, children, and a lot.
Be on the show, so the family really, really appreciates it. So do they have some sense of hope here that maybe you can be a very large baby but not necessarily spend the rest of your life being obese?
Well, there are some growth disorders like this that as a child...
They hug them, they
kiss them. Is that something because you were 18 months old?
No, I don't remember at all.
And I got to tell you, this is God's truth.
Well,
when people talk about shows they remember,
That's
or
him.
what's your favorite show, everybody remembers when you were on the show. And it's great to see that. How old are you now? You must be...
I'm 23.
23, yeah.
And I was on the show just over 20 years ago.
Yeah. Well, you were totally adorable. Tell me about your life now. So you've grown up without any particular... Because at the beginning, everyone's asking the question, not your parents, they knew, but everyone else is asking, wow, is this kid going to have trouble, 70 pounds at 18 months?
There was definitely some trouble. You know, like every class I was in, I had this huge desk in comparison to everybody else. And
But not a health issue, you know?
For the most part, I was probably as healthy as someone can be with this genetic overgrowth syndrome.
Yeah. What is it called? I'm sorry.
Simpson-Globby-Bennell syndrome, SGBS.
I didn't know that. Okay.
And but yeah, nowadays I'm a...
What? Simpson-Globby-Bennell syndrome. How do you spell that? Is that what Royce has?
This genetic overgrowth syndrome. For the most part, I was probably as healthy as someone can be with this genetic overgrowth syndrome.
Yeah. And what is it called? I'm sorry.
Simpson-Globby-Bennell syndrome, SGBS.
SGBA fat. What? I don't know, man. Wait, anybody think about that?
I didn't know that. Okay.
And but yeah, nowadays I'm a competitive gamer, actually.
Yeah.
And that's just by chance. Like, I played it because I liked it. It's hard for me to do some things because of my size.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a big guy, but I own that. I'm like the hottest fat guy around. You know?
Yeah.
The hottest fat guy around.
I play Smash 4 and I play Ganondorf.
Yeah.
My tag used to be Opana, but now it's Rhino because that's what people call me. I'm a big like a rhino.
Okay.
You know, it's really good to see you. You know, after everything you did, you helped us a lot.
Do people, when you meet people now, they wouldn't off the top of their head say it, but does the
but
fact
I'll
that
get
you were on
cockroaches, man.
your Zach the baby, does that come up in a conversation or at the time?
Oh my God, how are you?
Results came back. It was because of you. And now there were only 2
Why are they laughing?
5.
Wow.
Other people.
You were such good parents.
Thank you.
You still are.
Well, my husband passed away.
Oh,
almost 10 years. It was 9 years now. And I raised them all on my own. We have 5.
The brave.
Wow.
Yeah, and but you helped us out because you were the only one that gave us the doctor that we needed. And it took a lot of rough from the community, from the world, but when the results came back, it was because of you. And now there were only 2 places in the world that would test for his gene. Now it's all over the place, and they found out there's more than one type. I donated a placenta for my last child to St. Jude's for research, and just it's been amazing. You know, it's been an an amazing ride.
Wow, man, that was
we wanted
really
him to
sweet
have a
of
normal
her.
life, so we took him out of the
Gross.
sea.
He's
And
having it, yeah.
I carried him until he was 100 pounds.
And then, yeah.
What?
Your own kids.
Yeah. Now it's
do you
his
mean?
turn to carry Mama.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, you're
okay.
looking
Like,
great.
I thought she meant inside of her.
Story.
It was great meeting you.
All the best to you. Stay in touch.
Thank you so much.
And you as well.
Of course.
Thank you for everything.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, YouTube, thanks for watching. For more Judge Jerry, click here. For more Jerry Springer,
Sorry, Simon.
click here.
Yeah, because I accidentally got Simon with the door because she rushed it. Her hip? Whose hip? What is this? Wife calls 911 on drunk husband. Ends badly. I don't want to see any of your parts.
I'm sorry, I had to. I can't let him drink and drive.
They're giving
going
a.
to rip you out of your vehicle.
Why do they fucking show you?
You have a for his
I'm sorry, I had to.
Okay.
I can't let him drink and drive.
Cheyenne! I wasn't driving. Good afternoon, Deputy Officer, Nassau County Sheriff's Office. Can I ask you to step out of the car for a minute? Why? Because I'm giving you a lawful command to step out of the vehicle. Why? Sir, I'm giving you a lawful command to step out of your vehicle. What's the reason? Sir, I'm not going to ask you again. I'm going to rip you out of your vehicle. You are now resisting. You are about to go to jail. Take your seatbelt off and step out of the vehicle.
That's not lawful.
HQ Bravo 602, I got one resisting.
I'm not resisting.
Sir,
I'm not resisting.
I'm giving you one more chance to step out of this car or you're going to get ripped out of it.
1033, I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. 602. I'm not resisting.
1012 resisting.
I'm not resisting. I'm sorry. I don't even have the keys.
Where's your door handle at?
Please stop.
Sir, you're about to get ripped out of your vehicle.
Online chat representatives are available.
And why?
To switch to
You
chat,
need to give me a lawful reason.
I'm giving you a lawful command to step out of your vehicle. Get out or you're getting tased.
Why?
Get out of the car now.
10-4, Bravo 601. He'll be on
Get out of the car or you're getting tased.
Point Drive.
Get out of the car right now.
I will.
Get out of the car and get on the ground.
Stop.
Get out of the car right now.
Stop.
Get out of the car right now.
Stop.
Sir, get out of the
Got a
car. You're
Hillary
getting tased.
shirt on.
Well, in a minute.
Get out of the car right now. I don't care. Get out of the car.
This.
Get out of the car.
What's up?
Get out of the car.
What is that car?
Turn around and face the car. Don't move.
I want to call the police.
Turn around and face the car.
I want to call the police.
I'm telling you, turn around.
Is it a Corvette?
Turn around. Put
I
your
didn't know
hands
the
on
doors
car,
did
don't
that.
move.
Yeah, but it's Corvette.
Taser point.
Where did the doors start doing that? Was that an aftermarket kit?
Put your hands behind your back.
Sure.
If you move, you're getting tased. Do you understand me?
I didn't do anything. Sorry, didn't do anything. What did I do? I need to know.
77, I got a whiskey Mike, signal 55.
I need to know what I'm being detained for.
10-4, Whiskey Mike.
Dude, he has a
For DUI.
I didn't drive.
he has a Hillary shirt on, and this is from June of this year. It is a vet. That's what I was saying. It's a vet, but I don't think those doors are stock. Probably had a vertical door kit put in, or whatever it's called.
I don't even
Are they? The vets do this normally?
Yeah. Nope. My car keys aren't even here. Sorry. That's my wallet. Sorry.
Now you're under arrest for resisting.
I'm not. I didn't do anything. Sorry. Didn't do anything. Can we wait for the backup? Can we wait for
Walk to the truck. before you start catching extra charges.
This cop is pissed.
I've already told you. I'm out here investigating a DUI. Have a seat in the trunk. You're under arrest for resisting.
For what? I wasn't.
This guy's fucking needs to get laid or something. This cop's a dickhead.
You're under arrest for resisting.
I was not.
Look how dirty his truck
How many
is.
times did I tell you to get out of your car?
I did.
No, you had to be put at taser point.
Because no, the door.
What happened to his
It's not
hand?
my fault. You can't comprehend English. You're under arrest. You're under arrest.
No, I'm not.
It doesn't matter. You want to bet me?
Okay.
That's why you're in the back seat in handcuffs.
I would like to see.
My body cam's been activated the whole time.
He's
Thank you.
shaking.
No, you're under arrest.
Unlawfully.
You're under arrest. The one. Car's running. He's parked right here on the phone. Kept refusing to get out of the car after multiple verbal commands.
Although it's running.
I finally had to reach in and get the door open.
Is this open?
Yeah, I believe so.
A little bit's been missing. Smells like alcohol?
No, this is unopened.
That's open.
But apparently he's been at the house drinking. That's the wife right there. She's a caller.
Cut his hand on.
That was just laying in the seat right here beside him. Right. But I probably gave him about 10 commands to get out of the vehicle, and I tried to use the bar here as leverage, and he ended up getting away from me, so I just pulled a taser on him, and he finally complied with the red dot.
Oh, you pulled a taser? What do you mean?
Just low red.
What's that?
Point at him or low red?
No, it was in his chest.
Okay.
Because I was too close.
No worries. Oh, that's what perked you open right there.
Yeah, I think it is.
Right there, the edge.
Yeah.
Act up, and your family's gonna see all of it. All right.
I'm sorry.
They're around here.
All right. First of all,
step out here for me.
You cannot arrest me.
Step out here.
I'm sorry. Let me. Can I speak?
Step out of the vehicle. We're going to pull you out. I'm done talking. You're giving a lawful command to step out of this vehicle right now. I'm going to drag you out on the ground if you do not comply.
I will, but I can. Excuse me. I will. Can I Cheyenne! I was not resisting. I asked them to let me out. How can I be arrested for a DUI when I was not given a breathalyzer? I'm not.
Get in the car and shut up.
Get in the car.
I'm not refusing arrest.
Get in the car.
I'm not refusing arrest. I'm not. Cheyenne!
Had enough of this. That ain't mine.
He's out front of his house and his car just sitting in it, dude. Damn.
Ma'am, you want to drive the car back?
Yeah, I'll drive it back. I'm sorry, I had to. I can't let him drink and drive.
I appreciate that.
It takes, I've been married to that man for almost 30 years. In the last 10 years, I've been in hell. Absolute hell.
Has been arrested for DUI previously?
He was back in Virginia when we lived in Virginia. He again was drunk like this, starting trouble at a restaurant. Okay. And he called the cops on me for some reason. Obviously saw it.
So yeah, like disorderly.
Oh, so this is or getting me even.
Because he was just at a restaurant.
It should be unlocked if you need to get it.
But he's never been.
Okay, he's never had a DUI?
No, never had a DUI.
So you said he destroyed part of the house. Was that?
Yes.
Oh, so you wasn't at home when I was.
I was not.
Okay.
But my daughter was on the phone with me, and he was calling me all kinds of vulgarities, asking me about this credit card that he has supposedly signed for you. And I said, I don't know about your credit card. I said, I'm at work. I was at work yesterday. I don't know about some credit card you signed. He's like, give me my effing card. You effing this, that. I'll leave your life. I'll be out of your life forever. And
We'll just let Delta Charlie Foxtrot know.
Yeah.
No, he didn't put hands on you or anything? You sure? Okay. Wouldn't it be cool? We'll check and make sure they're not too tight, and we can get you up.
Kick your feet over in the floor. We're gonna sit you back up, and I'll adjust them cuffs.
I didn't do anything to.
Sir, I'm not here to argue with you. I asked you to put your feet in the floorboard.
Yeah, come on.
Or we're going to leave you like this.
Come on, put your feet up here. It affects my. No.
You want to sit up from where you're at?
I can't. The wrist. These I can't.
We can just sit you up from where you're at.
I can't. No, it's not gonna hurt. It's not gonna happen.
My man.
I can't.
I can't. can't.
Well, the cuffs aren't coming off.
What did I do I did not resist.
Okay.
Look at the body cam.
Okay, that's fine.
Review the body cam.
It's there. But let's get you up.
Okay, but please review the body cam.
We're not debating that right here. We're going to get you sat up so I can get you to the jail.
We're not going to.
We're not debating anything else. That's what court's for. It's not the side of the road.
No, and I would like a person of color on the team. A person of color, not white.
So, hey, this is not how this works. This is my show now. It is not yours. You're going to sit up and put your seatbelt on so I can take you to the jail.
I can't.
Okay, well, we're going to help you sit up.
Yeah.
Put your feet
Not
back in the
without hurting
floorboard.
me. Are your body cams on?
They absolutely are. So is that camera right above your head.
Okay, please. So I can't.
Put your feet over.
1, 2,
I can't. I can't. I can't. I'm right-handed.
You're pushing against him.
I'm not doing anything.
There we go.
I'm not.
Now turn this way.
I'm not. Oh, fuck. I'm not. Okay. I'm not. What did I do? You still have not.
Actually, this
told
one
me.
is a little tight, so let me adjust it for you.
Exactly. Okay? Record that.
I am.
It's recorded.
You did not give me any chance to get out of the car. I told you I told you, and you immediately threatened me with tasing me. I hope your body cam is on.
It was absolutely on.
Okay.
That one
I did not.
And that one's good.
No, this one hurts. I did not. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because I was laying on it.
Okay, there you go.
No, it's not. It's too tight.
It's adjusted.
It's too tight. Please. It's too tight.
It'll come off when we get to the jail.
I can get my fingers in between. All right, there.
I did not do anything to resist.
Slide back so we can
I
tighten
told
up the
you,
seatbelt.
and I couldn't get out of the car. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I can't walk. It's.
You're doing a great job now.
Job. You good?
I'm good.
First of all, I want to speak. I want to call. Can I get out?
Yes, sir. Step out here.
Okay.
And we're going to walk to the front of my Tahoe.
Am I going to be told I'm a resisting arrest because I can't get out just like before? No. Before you were very. First of all,
I just walk to the front of my Tahoe.
I can't because my pants are falling down.
There you go.
Okay. No. I can't.
I need you to walk to the front of my Tahoe.
Do you want me to walk with my pants falling down? I want.
Your pants are up.
No, they're not. Okay. This is not right.
All right, we're going to stand right here in front of my truck. Sir, I'm not playing these games with you. Stand in front of my truck.
I will. I'm going to call the police on you. That is my right.
Now, stand there and don't say anything. I have to read you something. I have to read you something. You will not interrupt me. Stand there and don't say a word.
No, I can talk. That is my right. My First Amendment right.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say. You going to keep interrupting me?
I don't agree with that. Sorry.
Sir.
It's my First Amendment right.
Let me tell you something.
Okay. I want someone here.
Here's how this is going to work. You keep prolonging me, and I will make sure you sit in here another day. Sit there and shut your mouth and listen to me.
I wasn't even. He arrested me for a DUI and resisting arrest. He pulled. I don't even have my pants off.
Listen to me.
There is no test. I wasn't resisting. He immediately threatened to tase me. I want to call a legal representative.
Hey, you let me do my job and you can call whoever the fuck you want to.
I will not. Can I have a sheriff here?
Hey, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to an attorney and have them present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of these rights if I explain to you?
No.
Do you understand your rights?
I don't agree.
Do you understand your rights?
I don't agree.
That's not what I'm asking you. You said you have 2 master's degrees. Use them.
If I would agree,
do you understand?
If I would agree to the rights, that would mean I would mean.
Sir, what is your name?
Johnny.
Okay, Johnny. So, he is not asking you if you
pulled me over for no.
Sir.
Okay.
Please, you gotta listen.
Okay, I want a sheriff here.
Sir.
I want a sheriff. I request a sheriff.
Sir, our uniforms say sheriff, okay?
The sheriff.
Okay. He's not coming. That's not reasonable.
He's asking you.
Okay,
Do you understand?
This right here is demoralizing.
You did, not me.
I told you my pants were falling down.
Do you understand the rights that I read to you?
Sure.
Having them rights in line, do you wish to speak to me? No. Okay. Are you willing to submit to field sobriety exercises? No. Okay. So you refusing field sobriety is going to be used against you in court at a later date. Do you understand that?
You had to give me the DUI.
Okay.
While I was on the car.
Sounds good.
I was not driving.
Okay.
I wasn't driving.
You are under arrest for DUI and resisting without violence.
No, I wasn't even
Have
driving.
a seat over on that bench.
I wasn't even.
Have a seat over on the bench.
I wasn't. This is too tight.
Please. Not my problem. Go sit on that bench like you were told.
My lack of having glasses.
These are prescription glasses?
What do you think? Put them on.
I don't fucking know. They're not my glasses.
This is not appropriate.
You know what? I don't give a shit. Here's his personal property.
No, those are personal. My personal property.
I don't care.
Any damage to it will be reimbursed by the state.
You want to sign this?
Come back.
You sure you didn't take it?
No, he didn't.
No, he was about to get ready to.
No, I'm sorry, I did not. That is a lie.
What?
That
I don't even know what it says.
That I resisted arrest.
Not
Do
even.
you have any Surgisil?
Johnny was.
I'm sorry, I did.
You sure you didn't take it?
No, he didn't.
No, he was about to get ready to.
No, I'm sorry, I did not.
You didn't take it?
No, he didn't.
No, he was about to get ready to.
No,
Ready to
I'm
get.
sorry, I did not.
He was about to get tased, is what he's saying. You sure you didn't tase him? No, he's about to get ready to. He said it a really odd way. He's about to get ready to get tased. He's a good old boy. Yeah, he was about to get ready to, though. I tell you that. Instead of just saying I was about to. He was about to get ready to. That's a really long way of saying it.
That is a lie.
What?
That
I don't even know what it says.
That I resisted arrest.
Not
Do you
even.
have any Surgisil?
Johnny was charged with DUI and resisting without violence.
Oh, it looks like an albino white person. Brazil Supreme Court upholds decision to block X.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we do have some breaking news that we want to let you to know about out of Brazil. This, as a Brazilian Supreme Court panel has upheld the decision of one of its justices to block Elon Musk's social media platform X nationwide. That's according to the court's website. The broader support among justices deals a blow to Musk and his supporters, who have sought to characterize Justice de Moraes as a renegade and authoritarian censor of political speech. The panel is comprised of 5 of the full bench's 11 justices, including de Moraes, who last Friday ordered the platform blocked for having failed to name a local legal representative as required by law. X will remain blocked until it complies with his orders and pays outstanding fines that, as of last week, exceeded $3 million, according to the justice's decision. De Moraes also set a daily fine of $8,900 for people or companies using virtual private networks, or VPNs, to access X. Some legal experts question the grounds for that decision and how it would be enforced, including Brazil's Bar Association, which said it would request the Supreme Court review that provision. However, the majority of the panel earlier today upheld both the block and VPN fine, with one justice opposing the latter unless users are shown to be using X to commit crimes. Now, Brazil is one of the biggest markets for X, with tens of millions of users, and its block marked a dramatic escalation in a feud between Musk and de Moraes over free speech, far-right accounts, and misinformation. So we did want to share that breaking news with you out of Brazil, as a Brazilian Supreme Court panel has upheld the decision of one of its justices to block the social media platform X nationwide. If we have any more updates, we, of course, will bring that to you.
A Goodyear man has now racked up hundreds of dollars worth of fines for, get this, just giving out free water to whoever may want it. The man telling 12 News journalist Troy Lynch that he has no plans to stop giving out that water or paying fines from his HOA.
It's ridiculous, point blank, absolutely ridiculous.
In this Goodyear neighborhood, apparently giving out free water comes with a fine.
I've done it for 4 years. I'm not going to stop.
In front of David Martin's house, at all times, you'll find a cooler with free ice-cold water for anyone to grab.
I don't feel I'm doing a disservice to the HOA, to my community, or my family in any way.
But now this arguably generous act is costing David money.
It baffles my brain and makes my brain work too hard to try and figure it out.
Larry Marks has been living in this neighborhood for almost 10 years, stopping by David's place every now and then for some free water for him and his dog, and doesn't like what the HOA is doing.
I think it's horrible. I think it's atrocious. I think they should focus more on improving our community than finding somebody for giving out free water.
David started giving away free water in May of 2020. Then, 2 years later, the HOA gave him a warning for doing that, but then followed it up with an apology letter.
At that point, I thought it was over and done. I didn't think we'd have any problems ever again. And then May of this year.
May 2024, FS Residential, the company that oversees the Canyon Trails HOA, has been fining David ever since. It started off as a $50 fine, but every month since, it's been $100.
They won't be paid.
And you haven't paid any fines yet?
I won't. No, sir.
The HOA released a statement to the media saying the association does not object to a resident providing free water bottles to the community. However, the community rules do not allow a resident to advertise water bottle distribution from a portable ice chest located next to their garage that is visible from the neighboring property, something David and his wife hadn't seen until we showed it to them.
The association is hopeful that a mutually agreeable resolution remains achievable.
People have reached out to David to try to help pay for the fines, but he refuses that money and also paying the fines.
You can donate water. You can donate money to go to water.
He's using it to promote his Candyman Kicks thing, whatever that is.
To accommodate them.
So
David never
I
plans
can
on
see
stopping
why
and
they
says
don't
he'll always
want
have free water to give.
Well, they don't want him having a branded cooler. It said Candyman Kicks on, whatever that is. He's trying to sell something. He's got a business that doesn't have anything to do with his water, and he's skirping being able to advertise his business in his front yard by putting it on a cooler with water in it. I see what he's doing now. They caught on to it finally. That's why they don't want him to do it. He's promoting his business with a sign in his front yard, and that's probably against the HOA. You saw it there on the front of the cooler, the same sign. This Candyman Cake shit is the same thing that's on the cooler. His wife's wearing a Candyman Cake shirt. Look, they got shoes here. They do something with shoes. They paint them. They make them look candy-like. But they don't want that. It says it on the cooler. And they even voiced it in the letter specifically to advertise water bottle distribution. They're advertising... So they're advertising something. So I think that's what it is. Advertising their business that they're running out of their garage with a sign in their front. It's allowing them to put the sign for their business in their front yard, and they're getting away with something they shouldn't be. According to HOA. I bet that's it, dude.
A mutually agreeable resolution remains achievable.
People have reached out to David to try to help pay for the fines, but he refuses that money.
And what is that? There's even a sticker on
People
there.
have reached out to David to try to help pay for the fines.
Right there, like there was even another one right there for it.
But he refuses that money and also paying the fines.
You can donate water. You can donate money to go to water, but we're not going to build something to accommodate them.
David never plans on stopping and says he'll always have free water to give to his community with one goal in mind with the HOA.
Just come get a bottle of water. Chill.
In Goodyear, Troy Lynch, 12 News.
See, he's really just trying to promote his business. He doesn't give a shit if people get free water. He's trying to get on the news with his business t-shirt on. No, he likes this. This is what he wants. You know how many people, 11,791 people are now doing this right here. They're going, well, not all of them, but Candyman Kicks. They're going, boom, boom, Well, Candyman kicks. This is his business. He specializes in high-end, like making high-end sneakers look more custom. Things aren't cheap. That's probably $500 cheap. I don't even know. Dude, they get t-shirts, all kinds of. Like, he wanted this more than anything. Get on the news like that over some water. He was probably like, heck yeah, that's way better than the free advertising that was on the cooler. You know, I mean, it's a dead giveaway because both him and his wife are wearing the shirt for the news interview. They're wearing brand new shirts. Whoa.
No one knew what Ruth Hanna was doing when she'd jump into a dumpster and pull out cans, only to take the pop tab off and throw the can back. She was 91 years old. It was odd, to say the least. Little did these people know that Ruth's collection of pop tabs would help many lives. When Ruth Hanna dug through the trash and hopped into dumpsters without a second thought, onlookers were confused. Don't miss any just on finding tabs and roofing looks. Boxes, jugs, and other holding containers. Went through all that trouble to be used as an orphan and never knew the children many. Checked in on her cause. I know when I was in need what it was like to have a family. She has since made her.
Music sucks. I don't know, dude. The fucking story sucks. Hey, look, they're protesting in Israel again. Oh. I couldn't do caption. Hey, something. Let's see what I can find. Why is that fast? End the bloodshed. What do they expect, dude? What? What do they really want? Are they begging Hamas or Israel? I feel like they're talking to Israel, but they're supposed to somehow end it. It's not their fault the hostages were killed, man. Popcorn is a very breakfast-like food, by the way. One of the original cereals was actually popcorn and milk, wasn't it? He really wants it, though. Yeah, give us a good pan. See, I mean, they said there were like 400,000 people there last night. Why do they all have Israeli flags? So are they nationalists? And so they're all about ending Hamas, right? Oh yeah! Oh yeah! What is this? Hold on. I can't pop it out. Okay, good. We're over here anyway.
Breaking news, police investigating a traffic collision involving 3 vehicles and a Metro bus in South LA's Vermont Vista neighborhood. Happened last night just before 11:30 on South Figueroa Avenue near West Century Boulevard. Witnesses say the drivers of the 3 vehicles were attempting to start a street takeover at the intersection. Those drivers ran from the scene. One person was taken to the hospital in unknown condition.
Dude, hopefully that driver doesn't get in trouble. Labor Day deals. Oh, hold up. That's a thing? Hold on, no. It's just a thing. It tells us
it's Labor Day.
where to
It means a
blow our
lot of
money
stores
at.
are going to be having those end of summer sales, right? You're hearing that advertised. And if you
DJs.
do your research, you can capitalize on a parade of great savings. Joining us now, money saving expert Andrea Warrock. Welcome to you on this holiday. Thanks for being here. So there are deals to be had. Where do we find them?
Yes, thank you so much for having me. Some of the best deals that we're seeing this weekend leading into today, obviously, and that may trickle into this week actually, are on big ticket home goods. So think mattresses, home furniture, and home appliances. And this is big because people are really struggling. They don't have a lot of money to spend. So these sales are giving consumers some extra ways to stretch their dollars. I'm seeing 40% off major appliances at Lowe's, and they're actually saying you can get an extra $750 if you buy 2 or more appliances. Now, mattresses are also one of those big ticket items you don't want to skimp on. So this is a good time to shop for a new one. Sleep Number's offering 50% off select mattresses, and they'll even give you free delivery when you buy a base and 0% financing for 36 months. So that could help you save extra to avoid interest.
Dude, I bet
And
Sleep
on
Number
furniture,
beds have
this is a good one.
saved
Ashley
marriages.
Furniture rolled out limited time doorbusters. They have this really nice dining table set for just $700. And then Wayfair has a host of different deals. I saw this really nice upholstered storage queen bed for just $360, originally $1,600.
Wow,
So you
what
can
is
see
that?
that there's a big price difference
Pretty
there.
bad.
Wow, you got
Wow,
some raised
I didn't know
eyebrows
those.
from those of us here in the studio. That's big savings. We like it. What about things like cars, Andrea?
Yeah,
Are there
so-
savings there?
Yes, auto dealerships are expecting their new models for 2025 this month. And so they're really pushing out anything that's left over from this year.
I
Some
got
of the
my
best
car
sale
in
or
September,
savings rather
actually.
is in the financing specials. So Nissan, for instance, says you can get 0% financing for 36 months on their 2024 Rogue, plus an extra $1,250 cash back. So I would say really look for those 0% financing deals when you consider that auto rates were hovering around 8%. That's a big savings. And so don't just look at the price of the car, look at that interest rate as well. And then of course, anything for summer is a good deal right now. Think summer clothing, considering you can even wear it for the first few months of the school year for kids, even layer summer clothing through winter with a cardigan or tights. That's a great deal. I saw a Gap dress that was originally $80 on sale for $24. Swimsuits as well, but also things for your outdoor space like patio furniture and grills. We're seeing 30 to 70% off if you shop right. And then stack the coupons. You could go to a site like couponcabin.com, find coupon codes and even cash back to save more on these clearance goods.
So lots of good deals to be had, but not everything is a good buy. So Andrea, what are some of the items you suggest people avoid purchasing right now?
Yes, exactly, because retailers want you to think everything's a good deal, but there are some items you want to wait to buy. Electronics will be a better deal starting in October when we see those holiday sales already rolling out. In fact, Amazon has rolled out their second Prime Day in mid-October for the last couple of years. So I anticipate that coming out again, and then other sales will be happening from competitors. Good deal to buy your electronics, personal gadgets, TVs. Otherwise, we know Black Friday won't be too far behind. Smartphones will be a better deal in the next couple of weeks. Apple will be releasing their newest iPhone 16 model.
Dude, did you notice that whenever they showed she said the Black Friday shit, there was like a black-owned business
Friday
thing on
won't
the
be
screen?
too far behind.
You said it right there, and then they scrolled to this, and it said black-owned.
Smartphones will be a better deal in the next couple of weeks. Apple will be releasing their newest iPhone 16 model. As we know, Black Friday won't be too
Why the fuck is there this?
far behind.
Why is there a woman-owned, a black-owned, is it military family? I don't know if this is military family owned, maybe? What's military family? You had to have a family? You can't be military? What about men owned? Can we have our own section for men owned? What about white owned? Can we have our own white man section? We know that those are all white men. Why the fuck do they get their own section but we don't? Huh? Why can't we choose to shop at only white man owned businesses, but they can choose to shop at women owned, the black owned, the military, but you can't do, I don't know, what is this one? Lesbian owned? Who knows? There's probably one of those down here. You just can't scroll to it. Why can't we have ours? That in itself is right. Why? Because we're the majority in America. We're not allowed to have that. We're not allowed to have that. You have to be the minority to be in the special club. So just be with your own people if you want to. You have to be the minority to do that. We're not allowed to do that. We have to share everything because there's more of us here. But if you look at the world population, there's not more of us. We're actually the minority worldwide. But since we're the majority here, they want to make us like the rest of the world. They can. Even though we're the best country in the world. And, I mean, I would think that they might look at that like, hey, man, you know what? We get a bunch of these white people together. They don't do half bad. I don't know. Why don't they? Whatever.
Smartphones will be
everybody does want to come here for a fucking reason, don't they? Look at that shit. I lost a black viewer. Fuck him.
better deal in the next couple of weeks. Apple will be releasing their newest iPhone 16 model, and that means you'll get a better deal on the 15 or from competitors like Samsung, who will be hosting some sales to compete with Apple. And then if you have your eye on some fall apparel, maybe for your kids heading back to school, I would say just wait. Make do with what you have now. October, November is when you'll find the better deals on things like denim, sweaters, and boots, or of course those holiday sales when they roll out around Black Friday weekend will be a really good time to pick up a winter coat.
Yeah, just in time for Christmas. All right, very helpful information. Happy holiday to you,
This is
Andrea.
real
Thanks
shit,
for
man.
being here. Thank you for watching.
Real
Go to
shit.
News Nation.
White men should also have their own group. They should be able to have their own group. We're not. We're not. No. You get a bunch of white people together, and you don't let other races like into the group. And now we're racist now. But if you were to do that same thing, say in Africa, you'd probably still be racist. Even though there's more African, more black people there than whites. Like, say, Memphis, for instance. If I were to try to Memphis or Detroit or Chicago, anywhere where it's predominantly black people, but Memphis in particular, because the city of Memphis is like 70%. If I were to go there and put up flyers for a whites-only club, and we're going to start having meetings, even though we're the minority there, it wouldn't fly. They would look at it like it's the K's. You know what I mean? Why is that? Why can't white people get together and talk about things that might concern their community more than the black community, right? Because that's what they do when they get together. They talk about, they discuss things that are affecting their communities. And they have like clubs in colleges that are just for black people. Whites aren't allowed. They will kick you out. Everybody will berate you until you leave their space, their safe space, their color safe space. Why don't we have a white safe space in places like Memphis? Because this shit's scary. Dude, I've taken multiple people. Dude, I took... excuse me on that one. A white girl that was freaked out. And then I took a Filipino girl that was equally freaked out by Memphis. By how many black people were there. But why should it stop there? Why should, Detroit, any place that has like a really bad ghetto, white people should be able to get together without the interference of black people and talk about white people issues, just like black people like to do. And the world thinks that it's okay if they do that. But if white people do it, no. Because of history, because of what happened with Nazism and also with the K's out here. I guess oftentimes they start seeing things, maybe. Dude, IQ is lowest in black people. That's the thing. I'm sorry, black people, but you, is it negroids? The negroids have the smallest brains of the three they tested. Of the three Caucasoids, I forget what Asians were, but they were the biggest. How you pronounce theirs? Negroids. The lowest. Fat people. So obese black people are really at a disadvantage to just make it out of that. But a lot of black people are extremely fit, so that's why they don't need the brains as much. Athletes. And the penises, they got the penises, but I heard they're showers and not so much growers. It just gets hard. But if they're super long, it's going to get hard that long. So that's something. Oh, and the Asians have the smallest penises. Isn't that weird? Isn't that fucking weird, man? They are scientifically proven to have bigger brains, higher IQ, and smaller penises. And it's the opposite for black people. What the fuck, man? What kind of scientific joke is this? Hey, we're right in the middle. Hey, I'd rather be right in the middle, whiteys. Caucasoids, baby. We got like medium brains and medium penises. That's both worlds. Burn calories. I need more popcorn. Delicious. You haven't tried popcorn for breakfast, especially that one that's out of a bag. That's supposed to be healthier. It's an out. Delicious breakfast. Left ankle though, man. It is doing its thing. Benjamin Netanyahu is holding a press conference
inside of Gaza to conquer it.
Oh, wait, this is happening live.
He speaks in the cold-blooded execution united as one.
It just came on. See, they just went live 11 minutes ago with this title, and he just went on 7 minutes ago.
אזרחי ישראל, אנחנו מצויים בעיצומה של מלחמה קיומית.
They're going to translate in a second, I guess. I don't know when it starts.
התנאי הראשון לניצחון במלחמה הקיומית הזאת
on this or in this existential war is unity among us. We must stand united as one, facing a vicious and brutal enemy that wishes to eradicate and kill all of us without exception, right and left, religious and secular, Jews and non-Jews. We've discovered this not just on October 7th. This is something that we've discovered throughout the war, but even more so, we've discovered it in the terrible massacre, in the cold-blooded execution of 6 of our hostages. Carmel Gat,
Eden Yerushalmi,
Hirsch Goldberg, Poland, Sasha Lubanov, Almog Sarusi, and First Staff Sergeant Ori Danino. May God avenge their death. Over the past day, I've spoken on the phone with several of their family members, and while we were talking, I was looking at the pictures, the images of these pure souls, and my heart, the heart of this entire nation, was shattered to pieces. you can see the light that they emanate. You see the hope, the nobility. You hear their amazing life stories. And all this light got put out at once. All this purity got cut off by the brutal hand of monsters. I said to the families, and I reiterate this evening, I am asking for your forgiveness that we did not manage to bring them back still alive. We were close, but we didn't achieve it. And I would also like to once again repeat this evening, Israel will not stand silently doing nothing facing this massacre. Hamas will pay a very heavy price for that in the war against the axis of evil, and in this specific war against Hamas, and also in the north. We have set 4 goals: to eradicate Hamas, to bring back all of our hostages, to make sure that Gaza no longer poses a threat over Israel, and to allow the people of Israel living in the north return home safely. 3 of these goals go through one place, and that is the Philadelphia corridor. It is the conduit of oxygen and armament for Hamas. And I would like to devote several minutes in order to explain the meaning of the Philadelphia corridor. What is it? What is its significance for Israel's security? What is its significance and importance in guaranteeing that we won't face another October 7th and another October 7th and another October 7th, just as Hamas promised that it would do? So first of all, I'd like to show you what we had over the years until we pulled out of there. This is the state of Israel. This is Egypt, and you can see the Gaza Strip here. The distance from Tel Aviv isn't that big, from Beersheba and from the area surrounding the border. Of course, there's hardly any distance, but we had an international border going from the sea all the way down to Eilat. This was Israel's international border. If you could blow it up a bit. So if we see this now, as we zoom in, you can see that throughout these borders, the maritime border is under our control, but the land, the ground border isn't under our control. Ashkelon, Sderot, the Kibbutzim, the Kerem Shalom passage, and here you have the Rafah crossing and the Philadelphia corridor, all of them under our control. And this is what happened when we pulled out of Gaza.
What's he getting at?
This is what happened. The borders remained in our hands. They tried breaking through the maritime border. Remember the Marmara and some other events in flotillas, but we weathered them all. So nothing could come wherever we were in control of the borders. But once we pulled out of the Philadelphia corridor. See, this is the border between the Gaza Strip and Egypt. And once we pulled out of there, there was no obstacle left from a massive infusion of weapons and means of warfare and machines for manufacturing weapons and machines for digging tunnels, all of that under the auspices of Iran, with the funding of Iran. So all of these things that you see here came into Gaza. So Gaza became this huge threat over Israel because there was no barrier here. There was nothing stopping
need to go back in there.
So now the question remains, and people ask me this question, well, if it was that bad, right? How come you didn't conquer it? Why didn't you conquer it? And the answer is that we constantly tried to harm, to attack, of course, immediately after the disengagement, this armament, and of course, even more so under the time when Morsi was in regime, in power, but also with Mubarak as well. But we fought them. There were a series of wars or campaigns. I led 3 of these campaigns: Pillar of Defense, Guardian of have the walls and protective edge. We fought it. And this, of course, led to a situation in which we killed off thousands of terrorists and senior ranking commanders, the chief of general staff of Hamas, Jabri, but there wasn't national or international legitimacy to go inside of Gaza, to conquer it, to reconquer the Rafah crossing and the Philadelphia corridor. There wasn't any national consensus or international agreement to that. Now, the importance of the Philadelphia corridor, it's not something I'm just saying now. I already said that 20 years ago. Sharon declared the disengagement at the end of 2003, and then a few months later, on March 26, 2004, I described what are my minimal demands, and I said my first condition is control over all the crossings into the Gaza Strip and from it, from the land, from the air, and from the sea. The Philadelphia corridor, which separates between the Gaza Strip and Egypt, will not be evacuated. If Israel cedes control over it, that's what I said back then Gaza will turn into a terrorist enclave. And when I resigned from the government, when I realized that they were going for the disengagement, that they were going to uproot Jewish settlements, communities, I handed in my resignation later, and I said to Prime Minister Sharon at the time, I said, as a minimum, I demanded that we keep the Philadelphia corridor in our hands. So it's not something new. It was obvious that if we don't have this corridor, they will arm themselves. They will.
Dude, they're going to take over Gaza again. This is awesome.
The axis of evil needs the Philadelphia corridor, and for the same reason, we must have control over the Philadelphia corridor. Hamas insists
Get in there.
for this reason that we won't be there, and it's exactly for this reason that I insist that we do stay
This
there.
is awesome.
The presence in the Philadelphia corridor is, first of all, a
About damn
political
time.
strategic issue. We must fixate the fact that we're there. And people say to me, okay, so we pull out. What's the big deal? We'll pull out for 42 days and then we'll come back. And I said, okay, yeah, I've heard that once before. That's what people said when we pulled out of Lebanon. They said with the first rocket, with the first missile, we will re-enter and conquer this territory. And we will have vast, massive international support from that. Well, thousands of missiles have been launched from Lebanon, and there was no international support for that. And then when we pulled out of the Gaza Strip, when we just did this now, they said, what's the problem? With the first rocket, we'll go in. Well, the first rocket that is smuggled either beneath the ground or launched from above the ground will go in. Well, 20 years had passed and we didn't go in. So all these people who say that it's not such a problem to go in, well, there is a problem. Definitely, big time. It's not easy to do that. And it's not just a military tactical question. It's a question of a tremendous diplomatic international pressure exerted by the whole world. If we pull out, then there will be pressure not to go back in, not to return.
Take it.
And I'm telling you how difficult it was for us to overcome the international pressure. I weathered that pressure to go into Rafah. And look at the price we paid. There was massive pressure. The ICC, they brought it up a day or two before the decision. They knew we were about to decide that there was a weapons embargo that is continuing to spread. We paid with the lives of our soldiers. But that is nothing in comparison to what we will be targeted with if we pull out. And everybody understands the importance of this, but they don't support us. They want us to end the war. This is what they all want us to do, to end the war. And this corridor is different from all other places, from all other corridors. It is central. It will determine our entire future. It has tremendous importance for us. But the world that wants to see the war come to an end, that's the last thing in the world that they want us to do, to go in there, and there will be tremendous pressure exerted us in the Security Council, and I'm not going to specify other things because I don't want to give anybody ideas. Why? Why should we walk into this trap? So they say that it's possible. Well, I say that this will not bring back the hostages. On the contrary, I would like to tell you that when we entered Philadelphia, it was only then that we started feeling a change. For long months after the first hostage deal, Hamas wouldn't budge. They kept insisting you have to declare in advance about the end of the war, you have to commit to pull out of the Gaza Strip, and what that actually meant was that they could go back to be in control of Gaza. And the first crack, and of course this doesn't lead to any deal or the release of any hostages, and the first crack appeared once we entered Rafah and took over the Philadelphia corridor and the Rafah crossing, because that's their oxygen tubes. So and then things started to change. Then they kind of withdrew when they thought that perhaps Iran would come to the rescue or Hezbollah, and now they're hoping that international pressure or domestic pressure would save them. But the fact is that the first effective change we saw towards a deal, what made a deal possible, was once we seized the Philadelphia corridor. And when you leave it, you walk out and you don't come back. I've already said that we're not pulling out for 42 days, but because we're going to stay there for 42 years. That's how I was quoted. It's not what I said, but I know that if we leave, we probably won't be able to return for 42 years. We left and we couldn't return for 20 years. And after we sacrificed and fought, and now we have them by their necks. We caught them by their throats, and this could bring back the hostages. And that also, by the way, prevents smuggling hostages above the ground. They could tell that they could take them during these 42 days and take them into Sinai. It's just a few meters from there to smuggle them. They cross the border and that's it. They disappear. They could all of a sudden pop up in Iran or Yemen. Absolutely not. So after we managed to get all that, we're not going to forgo this. We're not going to step into this terrible trap, which is not a military tactical question. It's a diplomatic strategic issue. And just some of the security elements in Israel said we can pull out of the Gaza Strip and no problem. We can pull out of Lebanon and we will return immediately. I think that after October 7th, we've learned to be a bit more cautious in our assessments and to take into account all of the elements of the picture. Now, regretfully, even though we are fully committed, and I am fully committed to a deal, to advance a hostage deal, unfortunately, we haven't seen any similar response from Hamas. We have agreed to the outline presented by President Biden on May 31st. We agreed
final bridging proposal
to what they called or referred to as the final bridging proposal on August 16th. We agreed to all of that, but Hamas refused to the first one, and then they refused to the second one. The representative Al-Khia, he said yesterday, withdrawal from the entire Gaza Strip and end to the war. Leave us in government. That's their position. They haven't budged. Like I said, they budged a little bit, but once they think that they identify a certain weakness on our side, or maybe if there is some pressure that could break us, they immediately bounce back. So this is why we're not going to pull out. The importance of the Philadelphia corridor is cardinal. It's crucial for bringing back the hostages and to also ensure that Hamas is crushed and that Gaza will not resume to being a threat on Israel. So this is why we've made it clear that this is our position. But from amongst us, we started hearing voices from inside the cabinet, ministers in the government. And they said, no problem. We can pull out, even though we've already decided not to pull out. So this is why I had to bring it officially to the cabinet for a vote and to anchor this and to make it clear that there are certain things we won't compromise on. I want to clarify, I'm flexible. I'm flexible wherever I can be flexible. I do not insist where I can show flexibility, but I'm also not flexible on these places where I must insist. And this is something we must all insist on. Otherwise, we'll once again have a terrible disaster like what happened. The axis of evil needs the Philadelphia corridor, the Philadelphia axis, and we need to hold on to it. And that's why after we agreed in cabinet, the resolution was passed, I was stunned. I was simply stunned. Because I heard from amongst us that some people are saying that we can pull out. But when was that said? After they had murdered 6 of our hostages in cold blood? What kind of a message does this send to Hamas? What kind of a message does this send? Murder hostages and you'll get concessions in return. I'm saying that it's completely legitimate in discussions. Every minister must voice his or her opinion. Anybody who knows a little bit about these discussions, everybody knows the truth. I encourage everyone to speak their mind. I don't block anyone. I don't prevent anyone from speaking their mind. On the contrary, but once a decision is reached, it's binding. Membership in the cabinet is not as you request program. Once a decision is reached, it's binding for everyone, and the message that we are going to change an essential strategic decision, or that in general that we are changing decisions under the pressure of the murder and massacre of our hostages, it's a terrible mistake. It would serve as an incentive for terrorism and for more murders. So that's why it's not going to happen. It's simply not going to happen. Hamas, of course, of course, they think that it is going to happen as long as they see this rift among us. And by the way, that's not new. They are using this tactics. They've been using it for an entire year now. Please show it now. Let's go back one. First of all, this is what we want to see. The IDF stays here and stops. And in order to get us out, not just of there, but from Gaza in general, they are utilizing a tactics of splitting us up, weakening us, and ultimately leading to our succumbing. How do they do so? This is a document with instructions found in Hamas tunnels by our own soldiers. They found this document. By the way, in the media, they said that it's Sinwar. Well, I cannot promise you that it's Sinwar, but it's Sinwar, but definitely senior Hamas leaders. This is the original document in Arabic, and this is its translation into Hebrew to increase the dissemination of...
Hold on. Those are words? Man, language is wild, dude. How, man.
It's Sinwar. Well, I cannot promise you that it's Sinwar, but it's Sinwar, but definitely senior Hamas leaders. This is the original document in Arabic, and this is its translation into Hebrew to increase the dissemination of images and videos of hostages because of the psychological pressure that creates, to do everything possible in order to increase psychological pressure on Gallant, to continue the line that Netanyahu is responsible for what had happened, to undermine the Israeli narrative as if the ground offensive serves the return of the hostages. Word for word. And that's Hamas's strategy. They want to split us apart. They want to break us down. They are relying on an internal rift. They think that the majority of Israelis will follow this, but they're wrong. I said a while ago, when there was this argument about those who refuse to do reservist duty. I said I thought it was a terrible argument because it creates an expectation among our enemies that we're weak and rifted and we will give in. And now this creates the same illusion that we will surrender on these crucial events that have an impact on our future, that could risk our future, that can create this rift among us, and that we will surrender. I will not surrender to this pressure. I know how to withstand pressure, even greater pressures, and our people, our nation won't surrender to this pressure. Most of the people understand, and it doesn't matter what you see on the screens, on TV. And I say to Sinwar, forget about it. It's not going to happen. We need to stand united to insist on this vital interest. We must act together so that the other side understands, just like they understood about putting an end to the war. They need to understand that we're not going to give up on the crucial things. We do give in on other matters that aren't that crucial. I gave a lot of flexibility throughout the year, but anything that's crucial, we insist on. And once Hamas understands that, once they understand, there's going to be a deal. And once they understand that, we will ensure our existence and our future. Together we stand, together we fight, and together, God willing, we will win. Now there's some time for questions. Yes, please. Mr. Prime Minister, how do you see the day after? And can we rely on Egypt with respect to the Gaza Strip? President Biden said he's not pleased with your behavior. The day after, well, first of all, it has to be the day after Hamas. So there is nothing that can replace crushing Hamas. In the day after, we must have control over these border crossings for security purposes in the foreseeable future. If the day comes and there's any other one organization that can handle this, when there's a final agreement, then fine. But we must maintain our control over this border that will prevent these smugglings that would lead to more rapes, another massacre, and more killings, another threat from one of the elements of the axis of evil on our mere existence. That's a must. I think there's a major question, and we're now working on it. We're really close to crushing Hamas. We're already crushing them. I said that a few months ago. People didn't believe me. Today, everybody sees it. But we still need to take away any governmental capabilities from them, and that means we need to find an alternative to all or to a substantial part of the distribution of humanitarian aid, and we're going to achieve that because that's part of the day after. As for what has been attributed to President Biden, I don't know exactly what he said, but I'd like once again to pose the facts. On April 27th, Blinken commented, that's what he said. He referred to an exceptionally extraordinary generous offer made by Israel, given by Israel on May 31st. Just like I just said, Israel agreed to the outline that was supported by and presented by President Biden, and Hamas refused. On August 16, Israel agreed to the final bridging proposal, and Hamas refused. On August 19, Secretary of State Blinken said that Israel had agreed to the American proposal. Now it's up to Hamas to agree to it. And on August 28, the Deputy Director of the CIA said Israel showed seriousness in the negotiations, and now it's Hamas's turn. That was only 5 days ago. What happened during these 5 days? Well, only one thing happened. They murdered 6 of our hostages in cold blood. So after this horrific murder, I don't believe that anyone serious could actually say, now you need to make more concessions. You're not serious. Only Hamas is serious. I don't think that that's possible. I don't think that anybody truly thinks that. And I also don't believe that President Biden really said that. I-24 News. When will the residents of the north of Israel be able to return to their homes? I could give you a schedule for that, the timeline, but I think it would be a mistake. We are in the midst of a fierce struggle against Hezbollah and the Axis. We cannot accept this situation. I had visited Kibbutz Sasa, and in the Northern Command headquarters, I spoke with the commander of the Northern Command, and I spoke with the officers in reserve, some of them who live there. They said, Mr. Prime Minister, we're going to stay here no matter what, but we need to bring back the others, and they're absolutely right. So I said to them, I'm not going to convince anyone to come back. We're also not convincing people along the southern borders. 90% of the people in the south have returned to their homes, not because we convinced them, but merely because we've changed the security situation. And after the targeted killing of Dev and some others, what happened? They would like to, but they just can't, because we've changed reality, because we've taken control over the Gaza Strip, over the Rafah crossing, over the Philadelphia corridor. So it's not about persuasion. We need to change the security reality along the northern border of Israel, and we are changing it. And I said that the very last activity in which we've destroyed thousands of Hezbollah's rockets, and they thought that they could do a surprise attack on Israel, but we issued a preemptive strike, and the rockets, they targeted the Golan Heights and the Galilee, and we've managed to intercept all the drones that were heading towards, that were supposed to go to the Galilee, but that's not the end of story. The end of story will be when we change the security reality there, just as we changed the security reality in the south, and we still need to stand to this test. This can be achieved perhaps diplomatically. I'll be very happy if that would happen. But if it doesn't happen, then it'll happen in a different way. And the plans and the timetables and our preparations, I'm not going to share all these here. Channel 13. Prime Minister Netanyahu, all of the heads of the security establishment, the Chief of General Staff, and the head of the Shin Bet said that it is possible to leave the Philadelphia corridor in order to bring to a hostage deal. You chose not to listen to them after that difficult outcome of 6 hostages who were murdered in captivity. Do you understand the magnitude of your mistake, and do you have some personal responsibility over the tragic outcome? I feel profound sorrow. I truly regret the fact that we couldn't bring them. We were so close. But it didn't happen because of this decision. It happened first and foremost because Hamas doesn't want a deal. And we are going to be close to a deal because now we have control over the corridor. Now, regarding their assessment that we could return, there was an assessment of all the security, the entire security establishment that we could pull out of Gaza, and then we'll return with the first rocket, but it didn't happen. And there was another assessment of all the heads of the security establishment organizations that we could pull out of Lebanon and that we will be able to return with the first rocket. And there was another estimate or assessment of all the heads of the security services that we could bring the PA, the Palestinian Authority, to Oslo, and everything's going to be okay, and it'll yield peace. But that didn't really happen, and that's an understatement. So I'm sorry. I think that we need to see some humility on this subject. The problem isn't the tactical military ability to go there, but rather the diplomatic framework that would exert such a heavy price that you'll never be able to do it. You'll meet a dead end, and I'm not placing myself in a trap that won't bring back hostages, but will also create a huge strategic problems, and the responsibility both for the hostages and for Israeli citizens and our security and the security of future generations. All that responsibility is mine today, but not just mine. It's also the responsibility of the cabinet members, and they've decided that this is a country with a government, and the government has a cabinet, and the key decisions are reached there, and woe on us if that won't be the case. Moshe Steinmetz from Kan 11 News. We've heard this evening that Aryeh Deri criticized you fiercely for bringing up the Philadelphia corridor issue to the cabinet. We've heard your reasons, but he said to bring it to the cabinet and to make it a decision that ties our hands regarding the hostages. What did you answer him? And another question about Philadelphia, please. In May, you agreed to the American proposal that was about the withdrawal of all the forces from the Gaza Strip, and that included the Philadelphia corridor. And in the last proposal, you agreed to diluting the forces in the Philadelphia corridor. How do you explain that? Oh, you have so many questions. You know what? Go ahead. Ask another question. Just another small question about Hamas. You said earlier that they are going to pay a heavy price, Hamas, for the murder of 6 hostages. When the citizens of Israel hear such a statement, it's as if there is no purpose to completely eradicate Hamas in the war, but now they're going to have to pay a heavy price. So could you elaborate on that? We're not going to, I didn't mean that we're not going to eradicate Hamas. What I meant is that they're going to have to pay a heavy price sometime in the near future. We're working on it. I'm not going to tell you what that price is and when we're going to do it. I'd like to leave an element of surprise, just like I said in another opportunity that Hezbollah will pay a heavy price for the murder of those wonderful 12 children, the Druze children in the Golan Heights. And everybody said, okay, you're just talking, but it wasn't just talking. We took action. And here as well, we're going to take action. That's one thing. Of course, that's not in contrast to eradicating Hamas. As for my friend Aryeh Deri, I'm not going to get into the discussion from the cabinet. All the leaks from there are terrible. It's not okay for the censor to allow this. It's not okay. It's not okay that there isn't a polygraph law. We're going to have to find some legislation that will speak against this, because it's an absurd. We're arming Hamas with know-how, internal information. There's nothing like that. I don't know of anything similar to that in any other democracy. I can tell you what I've said. It's the exact opposite. The only way for us to get our hostages back, and that's when Hamas understood that we're not taking our foot from off their throat. Despite their instructions they gave on how to ignite the pressures and set the TV studios in action. But once they understand this, that we're relentless, then they will give in. They won't give in before that. And this is why I think it's the exact opposite. I think that this serves both the release of the hostages and achieving the other goals of the war that I talked about. You asked 2 additional questions. In the outline we're talking about, there's the first stage. That's a 40-day respite, and that's something I'm willing to do. People are saying that I don't want that. It's such a disgrace that people are even saying that. There's no one else more committed to the release of hostages than me. There's nobody who's fighting for the release of hostages, and I was injured when releasing hostages, so nobody can preach to me about that. I think that my option of being adamant and exerting pressure, that's the way to do it, and not weakness and surrendering after they massacred us? Absolutely not. Now, this outline that I've agreed to, we're talking about one first stage of 42 days in which we could resume the fighting if we don't come up with a solution in the negotiations. This is something we insisted on. And if a long-term solution is found, if there is a fixed arrangement in the Gaza Strip for somebody else to be in charge of security and protecting the borders, then fine. I don't see that in the horizon at this point, but if something like that does happen, then go ahead. Channel 12, Daphne Liel, thank you very much. And the third question you asked about, you can't say that you're trying to change what I said or to make me say something I didn't say. We're talking about the first stage. The second and third stages, that's still ahead of us. And anyone and everyone
can
think whatever they want. I wish we could do that. I don't see that happening right now. But so somebody asked if something like that happened. Okay, something like that happened. When the days of the Messiah will come, we'll see. But you asked about diluting the forces. So why did you agree to dilute the forces? I did not agree to dilute forces. It's very simple. There's a division and a half there right now. And now when you pull out, where did you serve in the IDF? Oh, wow. Well, you can enlist. That's allowed. But I did serve in the military. And I know what it is to maintain such a large force in such a strip. I said what's important is that we are spread from the sea all the way to Kerem Shalom, but we don't need to have a presence there every meter. On the contrary, that could create some problems. We need to be placed in specific points at a certain distance from each other with the ability to patrol the entire axis. And this is what we need in order to protect our forces and also to make sure that nobody crosses over above the ground with the hostages. I'm not talking about underground, even though there's another solution for that as well. I believe in physical presence, not with sensors and not relying on others. And as much respect as I have for sensors or for others, but we have to be there. But we don't have to be there with this huge force. It has to be with sufficient force. Sir, Mr. Prime Minister, despite what you said, hostage families, and it's not only them, they feel that the Israeli ethos has been broken, the ethos that the State of Israel does everything it can to bring hostages back home, and you see the outcome. The father of Danilo said today to tell you that we felt that he did everything he could. We didn't feel that. I don't get to decide, but as a family, we didn't feel that they were doing everything in their power to bring them back home, and they're not doing everything to bring them back home now. And we've heard some serious things from the members of cabinet, very difficult things. If you could comment on that. You talk about unity this evening, but right now we don't even have unity between the Prime Minister and Minister of Defense in view of the tense situation. Can you promise that you're not going to fire the Minister of Defense? And there are constant rumors about that, and that doesn't contribute to anything. I am a son of a bereaved family. I'm a member of a bereaved families. So I'm not going to judge any bereaved father or mother or brother, sister, wife, children. I understand their pain. I understand their sorrow. It's inconceivable. It's inconceivable for people who are not part of this family, the family of the bereaved. I am part of that family. So let me tell you something. First of all, we failed. We didn't succeed. But we were close. We were very, very close, not close enough. And we're doing everything we can, and I'm committed to it. I work 24/7. I do sleep a few hours a night, and I am looking for every way, every possibility in order to bring them back home. I insisted in the first deal. How many? How many are we talking about? 140? Even more than that? I insisted on increasing the number of hostages who were alive that will be brought back from 50 to 80. That was in the first deal, and we achieved that. And now I'm insisting on as many living hostages to return as possible. With the mediators, I still haven't seen anything from Hamas. It started from 12, then we went up to 15 and 18, and then we went up to 23, and I want the number to even be higher. I'm fighting over this with everything I can, but of course, I'm not going to criticize the bereaved families who think otherwise, because I've been there. Now, regarding the Minister of Defense, I said that as long as there is trust, we can continue to work. But that requires one thing more than anything else, that all the ministers, without exception, are committed to the decisions of the government and the cabinet. Once these decisions are made, they need to be committed to them. And that's the main thing that's being put to the test right now. Sir, when do you intend to establish a national commission of inquiry? I've already said that at the end of the war, we're going to thoroughly check and find out what exactly happened. Everybody's going to have to answer questions, including myself. There's a lot of disinformation, out there that I received an early warning, but I didn't. Doesn't matter. I'm not getting into this. So much disinformation, so many distortions and lies, and sometimes, it's 180 degrees to what really happened and what is happening inside the cabinet. People hear from the cabinet, from ministers. I just heard that Daphne just asked about it. Where else does anybody hear about anything like that? So the last thing I'd like to see is for our soldiers who are fighting heroically, simply heroically, the IDF soldiers, the people of the Shin Bet, they are doing things that are truly heroic. What we're doing there, it broke all projections and all assumptions. They said you'll never be able to go in, you'll never be able to do it, you'll never be able to enter Khan Yunis or Rafah, and you'll never be able to seize the Philadelphia corridor, and you'll have to pay some terrible prices. And the IDF is doing some heroic work there. And the last thing I'd like it to do, that, in the midst of this war that hasn't been completed yet, we still have tasks and assignments, not just and missions, not just there for every soldier and officer to have a lawyer close by. No, I think we should wait for the end of the war, because there is no constraint to do it. I think we must do everything we can in order not to do it right now. And at the end of the war, we'll have to decide how to do it, when to do it. This process is still ahead of us, but that we are going to have it. There is no other option. The senior commanders of the IDF said that they want a deal. Do you think you can force them to continue to fight in the Gaza Strip? And high-ranking security officers, do you think that they should resign because of their briefing against some of the decisions of the cabinet, and also because of October 7th? Well, first of all, I also want a deal, just as any other person in Israel, and perhaps even more than many others. But the decision, what we're going to do and how we're going to do it, that's up to the government. As you know, this is a country with a government. It also has a wonderful army, and it has a wonderful security organizations, but it's the government that makes decision, and the IDF and all the other security organizations must follow these decisions. I don't see any other option. I expect people to follow instructions, to follow the government's decisions. That's my expectation, not anything else. Israel Hayom. 10 months into the war, both the military echelon and the Ministry of Defense are saying that you need to shift resources towards combat in the north and the situation in Judea and Samaria. They're saying that the IDF blanket is short, so isn't it the right thing at this point to move on to the challenges that are waiting behind the corner, not even waiting? Why do you think that they need to recommend that to me? It's the exact opposite. You know what? It's not the exact opposite. They need to recommend to me, as if I don't want to take care of the north or to defend Judea and Samaria. I just don't wish to disclose what we're discussing. And it's one of these briefings. I don't want to say who's doing that, but it's completely distorted. It's the exact opposite of the truth. We must stop somehow. This flood needs to be somehow stopped. It gives hope to our enemies. It creates rifts among among us, it gives our enemies hope. Enough is enough. I am managing this war not as a one-man show. Of course, the cabinet needs to approve that, but I do so with responsibility.
Never forget the liberty.
I do so in an educated way. I think that the IDF and all the other security organizations, they give us the tools to achieve the goals of this war, and I'm not going to concede any of these goals, not in the north, nor in the south, or in other areas
liberty,
that I'm
man.
not going to specify
Trust
right
these
now.
people all the time.
One last question in English.
Good morning. I'm Jean-Philippe Rémy with Le Monde. Mr. Prime Minister, I was wondering, could you define what would help? What would what would signal the end of the war? You've been talking about a total victory that you are expecting, but what would be the factors that would signal this total victory? Would, for example, the elimination of Yahya Sinwar be one of them?
Total victory would be control of Gaza again.
Would signal the end of the war?
I would define the end of the war in Gaza.
In Gaza.
When Hamas no longer rules Gaza.
Yep, when they do.
I would define the end of the war in World War II when the Nazis no longer rule Germany. To do that, you need to have a military victory, and you have to have also a political victory to destroy their governance. We're out to destroy the military capabilities of Hamas and the governing capabilities of Hamas, and we're well on our way to achieving both. That
did we stay in Germany after World War II? I think we did.
But since you asked the question, I wish I could answer in French. Mon français n'est pas suffisant. Suffisant, oui? No, n'est pas suffisant. But I'll say it in English. Since you asked the question in English, I'll answer in English a question that I was asked in Hebrew. I was asked whether Israel is not, I'm not doing enough to the release of hostages. Well, I want to set the record straight. On April 27th, Secretary of State Blinken said that Israel made an extraordinarily generous offer for a hostage deal. On May 31st, Israel agreed to a U.S.-backed proposal. Hamas refused. On August 16th, Israel agreed to what the United States defined as a final bridging proposal. Hamas refused again. On August 19th, Secretary Blinken said, Israel accepted the U.S. proposal. Now Hamas must do the same. On August 28th, that's 5 days ago, Deputy CIA Director said that Israel shows seriousness in the negotiations. Now Hamas must show the same seriousness. I want to ask you something. What has changed in the last 5 days? What has changed? One thing. These murderers
killed 6 more people.
Executed 6 of our hostages. They shot them in the back of the head. That's what's changed. And now after this, we're asked to show seriousness? We're asked to make concessions?
That's crazy.
What message does this send Hamas? It says, kill more hostages, murder more hostages, you'll get more concessions. The pressure internationally must be directed at these killers, at Hamas, not at Israel. We say yes, they say no all the time, but they also murdered these people. And now we need maximum pressure on Hamas. I don't believe that either President Biden or anyone serious about achieving peace and achieving the release would seriously ask Israel to make these concessions.
I'm hearing what, Sister Steve?
We've already made them. Hamas has to make the concession. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Oh, what he just said. Yeah, he mentioned it earlier in his speech.
You are listening there to Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in what was a rare news conference, speaking to reporters there and also addressing the nation, talking about some of the issues that have come up in the last 24 hours. Joe Biden, the US president, has said that Benjamin Netanyahu is not doing enough when it comes to trying to reach some kind of ceasefire deal with Hamas. In fact, despite the protests that we've seen across this nation in the last 24 hours, in the last few hours in Tel Aviv, our correspondent Alistair Bunkle was saying that tens of thousands of people have arrived in Tel Aviv, in Hostage Square, in other parts of the city to try and demand that the Prime Minister, the cabinet, the government do more to get more hostages out. This comes off the back of 6 hostages who were killed in Gaza, their bodies retrieved, 2 of the funerals in the last 24 hours. One of the hostages, Israeli-American Hirsch Goldberg. Poland's funeral was this afternoon. His mother spoke in a very moving way about her 23-year-old son. They spoke at the DNC just a few weeks ago at the Democratic National Convention and about the fact that they were lobbying to get their son back, to get all of the hostages back. But you were listening there to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who asked for forgiveness for not bringing those hostages back alive, but also doubled down on Hamas. That last question there from the French journalist who asked what it would take to end this war, and you heard there from the Prime Minister, he said when Hamas is no longer ruling Gaza. So this idea that we have continued to hear over the last few months that there is a ceasefire deal that is coming close, being negotiated by Egypt, Qatar and the United States between the two sides, that it was close to reaching some kind of agreement just in the last 24
they
hours.
Fucked it up. Dude, just like last time, there was a ceasefire. First ceasefire. The very first ceasefire, remember? Then there was that bus attack. And the Hamas took credit for it. They do this every time. And why do people feel sorry for them, dude?
Leaders from those countries say it's a take it or leave it situation now, that they want pressure on the Israeli Prime Minister to agree to a hostage deal, to a ceasefire deal, to get those hostages, remaining hostages, roughly about 97 of them, out of Gaza. But what you heard there from the Israeli Prime Minister was him doubling down on Hamas, saying that they're not going to give up the Philadelphia.
The kids are broken. The kids are working in the tunnels.
Egypt. The Egyptians have said that they don't want the Israelis there. It is part of the negotiations that Hamas has asked for Israel to exit the Philadelphia corridor. It was hugely debated last week in cabinet. The Defense Minister, Yoav Gallant, debated Benjamin Netanyahu and said that if we remain in the Philadelphia corridor, there will be more hostages who end up dead. And what we heard there from the Prime Minister is him not budging, despite the protests, despite the general strike that halted businesses, transportation. The airport was on strike for half of the day, and as well as hospitals and schools for half of the day as well. There are protests currently in Tel Aviv, and Ali Bunkle was telling us that it has gained momentum. So there's a lot of anger and grief across this nation towards the Prime Minister. Of course, it's a given that people are angry and outraged and disgusted by what happened on October the 7th. I had to eat all that bread. I'm sorry. Several hundred hostages that have been taken.
It was all moldy.
As I said, 97
so I had to tear off all the parts that weren't mold, and I
killed in the tunnel
toasted it
at the weekend. So these protesters are now demanding that these hostages be returned.
They're going to throw it away.
One of the questions
most people would have probably thrown that bread away.
Benjamin Netanyahu was, does he take responsibility for the fact that these hostages were not returned alive? He denied that. He said, I sleep very little. There is no one who is working harder than me to try and get those hostages back. But it is
a military execution that they are trying to achieve. He said there needs to be a political deal as well, but he talked about the importance of doing this militarily, which is exactly what those protesters are now asking to be stopped. They're saying that the military should not be going in to get these hostages back, that it should be a political deal, a ceasefire deal that has been negotiated and discussed with the United States, with Egypt, with Qatar over the course of the last few months. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that he will not stop this war until Hamas is eradicated. Where that leaves this ceasefire deal, where that leaves the pressure coming from the United States, Kamala Harris, the Vice President and the Democratic presidential nominee, just this afternoon tweeted that it is enough now. Time has come for a deal to be reached, that there needs to be an end to the suffering on both sides. You're watching the Politics Hub. Back to you now in the studio, Sophie.
Yalda, thank you. As Yalda was saying, we're breaking into, of course, the Politics Hub to bring you that news conference.
The Venezuelan, look at this.
Of that jet. Right now, we are still following that breaking news out of Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport. As we reported just a few moments ago, Homeland Security telling us this midday the United States government has seized Venezuela President Nicolás Maduro's plane. That plane flown then by the U.S. from the Dominican Republic to Fort Lauderdale. You're looking at live images of that jet there as we speak. The private jet's acquisition, we are told, Chris, what are we learning about that?
Well, we are told by Homeland Security that the acquisition was in violation of U.S. sanctions, among other criminal issues. And again, these are live images of Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport. Nicolás Maduro's plane. Obviously, there's been a lot going on in Venezuela following the recent presidential election there. We will stay on top of this story and give you more details as they come into our newsroom. Be sure to stay with NBC6 online, on air, and on the NBC6 app.
Oh man, I left a bunch of crap. There being so much crap's left on the plate. Gotta go pick that up. Weed. Why are you gonna be so feisty? Hey, was she right here? Right here, something? Right there? Oh no. Dude. I'm sure she ate. Did he? Minute she gets up there, within a minute she's on the table. She just loves it up there so much, doesn't she? Until I come back, she stays up there. Oh man, I like my headphones. That's what I'm missing right now. Well, I guess it's time to finish it up. The plate's up. Maybe I'll start the stream a little earlier. This is Labor Day. PUBG stream. Maybe. Voodoo Labs, huh? You go all on the table. You made me think it's special because I must think it's special, so it must be. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Sister T, Mark Hopper. Miss Bungle. Hey Thomas. Hope to see you on the next one. Gosh, your laughs on the desk, guys. Wait. That disappeared. Alright, y'all. Happy Labor Day. Kitty cam out.
Another one.
4 cans. Yep. We saved 88 cents today. Big savings. Alright. See you guys later.